Okay, guys, we are live. So for those listening at home, first off, Happy New Year. For those who are listening anywhere east of the Atlantic, if you're catching us live, we are playing tonight our New Year's Epic. And welcome to our New Year's Epic, playing the Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 2nd Edition setting, Dark Sun. Now, with me tonight are a bunch of the people. We may have some other folks joining later on, too, but what I have with me right now are the stars of tonight's New Year's Epic. Why don't you, I'll go through the order. I've got you guys on the screen. Why don't you tell us who you are and who you're playing? So, first up is Brian.
Hi again, I'm Brian. I'm playing a character called Meeksal, the Moonlighter. I'm a halfling thief.
Nice. And next up is Arlen.
Hi, I'm Arlen. I'm playing Krogok, who goes by Krog. He's a dwarf fighter psionicist, and I don't know how the psionics rules work, so it'll be an experiment to figure out how this thing actually goes.
Nice. Next up is George.
Hey, I'm George. I'm playing a half-elf preserver, which essentially is a mage. And I do know how those rules work, so I'm just going to die anyway.
Yes. At least one of us does. That's good.
Yeah.
And last but not least, with us for New Year's Eve is the man, the myth, the legend, Jason Hobbs.
Hey, everybody. I am Jason Hobbs. I am playing a human earth cleric named Oleg, who bears the whole of Athos on his shoulders.
Nice. So, for those listening at home, what we've done is we've made some pre-gens to. The idea was we were just going to kick off playing the adventure that comes with the original box set, which I think is called. It's not Freedom. It's called A Little Knowledge. Is that what it's called?
Something like that. Yeah, that's right.
A Little Knowledge, an introductory set, adventure set beneath the dark sun. So, I a few months ago when I initially planned this, I had read through the thing once, and the intent was to go back and reread it again and do final prep. Unfortunately, December has been a bit of a gong show, including I lost basically a week to food poisoning. We had the holidays with people in town, and as of yesterday, I have adopted a new dog. So I've been helping her get acclimatized to the house and whatnot. Meaning that I only got these characters together about an hour ago, so the players are not particularly familiar with them, and I have not had a chance to go back and reread this adventure. So we are doing it very old school in the sense of reading directly out of the booklets. And one thing that's kind of special about the Dark Sun setting is they dabbled for the first few years of publication. We're going to talk about the Dark Sun setting itself for those who aren't familiar with it in a moment too, but for the publication history, they were doing these adventure booklet things for quite some time, where what you would do is you'd have one book that had the DM's information and the adventures, and you'd had another book that was this like flip book thing that players would flip through, and you'd hold up the illustrations, and that would be your handout. So it was a really kind of great idea. Unfortunately, the illustrations, or the quality of the illustrations in the illustration book, it varies very wildly. And it seems like there may have been a deadline involved in creating them, because they're not the best example of some of these artists' work. And in addition, this adventure, like a lot of the adventures that came out at this time in the early 90s for AD&D, they're extremely railroady. So that is unfortunately a problem that runs through most of the Dark Sun things too. So this will not be the most free-form adventure that we've ever run, but I think what my plan is, at least, is to kind of just see where the session takes us, and we'll go with that. So Dark Sun itself, how many? I know that George, you're pretty familiar with Dark Sun, and I think Hobbs, you are as well, right?
I know what it is. I have a box. I have. Was there like a comic book or? Oh, maybe I read like the first books, the Jaded something or other.
Oh yeah, the Prism
Pentad.
Yeah, which basically blew up the setting. So like,
that's true.
My first box set is useless now. Thanks, Troy Denning.
Yeah, and they make a new box. You buy that.
Yes.
I used only like the core player's handbook and DMG for a long time when second edition came out. I didn't use any of that other stuff. I didn't get wrapped up in kits. I didn't do any of that back in the day. So.
Okay. How about Brian and Arlen? Are you guys familiar with Dark Sun at all?
Heard a fair bit about it.
Okay.
Never. I know it has a reputation among people who like the specific settings that this is one of the ones that's pretty popular.
Yep.
And it's got a sort of more sword and sorcery than kind of high fantasy vibe.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. How about you, Brian? How familiar are you with the Dark Sun setting?
Not at all. But I remember one summer in high school we had psionics. That was a big deal.
Okay.
So I
Do you
sort
mean
of
you
have vague
personally,
memories
or do you
of
mean
it.
your characters?
No, I played D&D in high school.
You had a little Stranger Things summer,
Right.
based on Brian's actual life. So the Dark Sun setting, for those who aren't familiar, and just as a refresher for those who don't know, there's a couple of things that are ideas that they sort of they came up with as sort of like a retreat to kind of be the things that they wanted to highlight in this setting. One of the strongest influences on this setting is the John Carter books. It is a desert planet. There are, sorcerer warlords. There's city-states that are rivals to each other. There's a hidden past that is not known until, you go through. Unfortunately, the novels basically fucking wrote everything out. My take on this is going to be as if the original box set is the only canon material. Because the cool thing about the original... This is the original box set right here. The cool thing with the original box set is that it said, like, this is the region known as the Tablelands. This is where everything is going to happen. There are 7 city-states that are rivals within here. There are, ruins of collapsed, one collapsed city-state that was decimated by this thing called the Dragon. And there's only one dragon. It's not like most of the fantasy tropes are either completely taken away, like there's no lizard men, there's no kobolds, there's no, fairy or stuff like that. Or if they do remain, they turn them on their head. So, halflings are cannibals and like savage tribes that live in this, for the most part, in this region known as the, I can't remember what the forest is called, but it's on the other side of these mountains. So they're savages from the very edge of civilization who don't really understand how civilization and civilized lands work. Dwarves are bald for the most part. They have no beards. The signature thing about dwarves in this setting is their focus, their will. And what they can do is a dwarf can set their mind to a specific purpose, something that takes them more than a week to do, and then that becomes their all-consuming purpose. And in fact, if they die without fulfilling their focus, they can actually come back as a specific kind of undead, which is basically like a flayed dwarf that goes screaming across the desert trying to drive things crazy as a dwarven banshee. Yeah. The elves are not, delicate creatures living in glens and shit like that. They are very, very tall, like 7 feet plus. Murderers, bandits, thieves, deceivers, who run across the desert in these wild tribes. The half-elves are hated by both the elves and the humans. By the elves because they're seen as lesser. By the humans because all elves are thieves and deceivers and charlatans and stuff like that. So they're just not trusted in the same way that the elves aren't trusted. The thieves' market in most cities is known as the Elven District. So that, or the Elven Market. So you can kind of judge from there. The other things that are no one's playing the mole. So there's a new race which is basically a half dwarf, and it's a dwarven human crossbreed that dies often in childbirth because of how difficult it is for the mothers to give birth. But they are prized as gladiatorial combatants and laborers and whatnot because they've got the best aspects of their two species. The green Martians from John Carter are basically reskinned as the Thrycreen, so there's these insectoid things that are out there in the desert as well too, and in the core rulebook they actually have them as a character race too, so you can play Thrycreen in it as well, play really alien alien characters. Psionics plays a massive role in this setting, partly because they wanted to market the new Psionics handbook, but also because it fits with the sort of the way that high technology and whatnot works in John Carter as well. So Psionics, while clerics, there's no gods in this setting. Clerics all worship and have connections to different elements: earth, air, fire, water, and then some of the para-elemental planes as well. Druids similarly have a connection to different elements or to these massive sentient spirits of the land that can be out in the blasted wastelands of Athos. The magic, arcane magic, is actually an alien thing. Psionics and the clerical magic are really the natural elements of the things. Everything has psionics in Dark Sun. And I don't mean that everything has a psionic ability. It means that every aspect of life will be suffused with some element of psionic stuff. You know, the rich will send their kids to psionic academies if they show any gift for that. Your player characters all start with a wild talent. So everyone's got some bizarre... That's why each of your characters has some specific psionic ability, whether you're a psionicist or not. And a lot of the adversaries you'll face, the monsters and shit like that, they will have psionic abilities as well too. Both like telepathic things to do attacks and stuff like that, but also other weirder abilities. And then the final thing is about arcane power. So arcane magic is an aberration of nature. In this setting, arcane magic is something that is fueled by life. The elemental powers are fueled by contacting the elemental planes and the elemental powers. Psionics are drawn from sort of the ambient world and from yourself. Arcane magic is drawn from life. It's, you know, if you can picture the way magic was portrayed, the Fel was portrayed in the Warcraft movie, that's very similar to how arcane magic works in this. The thing is that there are two, broadly speaking, kinds of arcane casters. There are preservers and there are defilers. Defilers don't give a shit about the ecological damage and the other kinds of damage that can come from using it. They will suck up power from the ambient life, like the plant life and stuff like that, all lower life forms, and then use that to fuel their spells. It is a faster... It's kind of like the dark side in Star Wars. It's faster, you know, easier, but you don't... It peters out earlier. And the way they make that work in the game is that the defilers gain levels a lot faster than what preservers do. But eventually they slow down and the preservers get, you know, either catch up or they go past them. What preservers do is they work that magic, but they work it in a more slow and careful manner so that they don't cause the damage. Like a defiler, when they cast a spell, he or she will leave a circle of ash around them. And the most powerful defilers in the setting are the Sorcerer Kings. The Sorcerer Kings who rule each of the city-states is a multi-class or dual-class, because they're human, a dual-classed psionicist defiler. And there is a backstory in the setting as to why that's the case. It's either, if you're looking at just the earlier products, it's an implied thing. If you look at the actual canon material, it's kind of a stupid reason for why they're all connected, but... Or at least I didn't really care for it. It was not nearly as cool as this mystery of why there's Sorcerer Kings running these very different, you know, city-states. But that's kind of it. Oh, and I guess the final thing is metal is scarce. Metal is extremely scarce. So anything that is made of metal basically costs 100 times what it would cost in other settings. So... the weaponry that you use, the armor that you use, is more often made from bone or chitin or obsidian or wood as opposed to iron. There's mechanical penalties that are applied, and there's breakage and weapon breakage that happens in this too, but those penalties are largely offset because your stats are generally higher in a Dark Sun setting than they are in other settings. The last race I guess I didn't mention was the half giants. I didn't make anyone a half giant because they go through water at an insane rate in this, and because it is a parched desert wasteland, water usage and like heat exhaustion and stuff like that is very much a part of the setting. If you thought my rules for survival in Thule were punishing, this will make them look like a walk in the park. So, but the half-giants are the species that was magically crossbred with giants. And there's not like, you know, fire giants and frost giants and shit like that. There are just giants in this setting. And these were crossbred humans and giants to create this magical subspecies that's been around for thousands and thousands of years and now breeds true. So, and the neatest thing about them is that they have a mercurial alignment. Apart from being, you know, 12-foot tall giants, which is pretty badass. They also have this alignment thing where you pick one element of their alignment and that is fixed, and then the other one fluctuates on a day-to-day basis. So you could say that your half-giant is lawful, and then one day they could be lawful good, one day they could be lawful evil, depending on how, you know, the people they surround themselves with, the circumstances they find themselves in. So that's Dark Sun in a nutshell. George, did I miss anything? Any signature elements here?
I think that covers everything. The elves are these merchant, traveling nomadic merchants, and they're like 7 feet tall. So they have no bearing, relation to like what you expect from Tolkien-esque races. But yeah, I mean that basically covers the whole.
So
world,
I guess one thing, the sword and sorcery, getting back to your comment from earlier, Arlen, like the way that this differs and the way that they really have sold this game up from the first supplement that came out for it was Slave Tribes, and Slave Tribes was the one was like, you are playing Conan, you're not playing Tolkien. Your character could lose everything at the end of an adventure. They could succeed at one thing and then find themselves penniless the next day. That's what this campaign is about. All that getting powerful and attracting, followers and shit, all that does for you is draw a target on your back for creatures that are much more powerful than you. So, you generally do not want to draw the attention of the Sorcerer Kings, and they have these clerics called Templars. They're effectively they're like priests or clerics, but they get a fraction of the Sorcerer King's power. And they can, so imagine having an entire, effectively, like, secret police / bureaucracy / priesthood that enforces your will in the city-state. That's what life is like in all the city-states. Life in the wastes is even worse because there's roving bands of bandits and slave tribes and horrible creatures and shit like that. So there's not really there's powerful merchant houses that manage to coexist alongside the city-states, and they all want to fuck you over because they're all really interested in profit as well, too. The elves all want to rob and murder you. The Thri-kreen probably will eat you because they're not adverse to eating sentients. So it's just an incredibly dangerous and brutal setting. And it's fucking awesome. It's so much fun to play in. So that's Dark Sun. You get to play these really badass heroes, but you're met with an equal amount of challenges in it. Slavery is rampant in Dark Sun as well too. It is much closer to sort of a Bronze Age or classical, classical Greek, I guess, style of politics, or Mesopotamian, I guess, style of politics, where city-states will march armies against each other sometimes because of feuds between the Sorcerer Kings, and everyone else just tries to survive in that setting as well. So that's the rosy and cheery place that we are going to be spending our New Year's Eve in. So congrats. Where our campaign starts is, or our session starts, is with all of you guys broke, enslaved, and on your way from the city of Uruk towards the city of Tyr. Uruk is ruled by a kind of a warrior sorcerer king called Hamanu. It's got a very Babylonian vibe to the feel of it, complete with like the hanging gardens of Uruk. And Tyr has, I don't know, Tyr is kind of, it feels more like a city-state from Conan, more so than like a classical cognate. So Tyr is ruled by a sorcerer king named Kalak, who is at the time of this adventure building a massive ziggurat. It's unclear what he's doing, but there you go, there's Kalak's ziggurat being built in the base, and then his gladiatorial pit is at the base of that. And the word that has come to you, I guess, probably through some of the slave masters who are on the caravan, is the reason that there's such a demand for slaves in Tyr is because the Kalak's pyramid is being built on blood. They are happily working slaves to death to build this massive edifice. And this is something that the city-states themselves are full of these things, but this is the only one in your lifetimes that is really like it's his current massive undertaking. Time doesn't really have meaning in this setting because life is so cheap and short, and the literacy is outlawed for the most part in most city-states, unless you are part of the Templar organization. You generally, no one really, there's the time before, and then there's today. So you're not like, your characters are not cognizant of specific, oh, in the time of blah, 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 this was built. So this undertaking is the first time you've ever heard of any of these massive structures that you have lived your lives around, your very short lives. This is the first time you've seen something like, or heard of something like this being built. So it is a horrible and painful death that awaits you from being worked to death under the whips of King Kalik. So, good adventure so far, right? So where you guys find yourselves is tied up in a wagon's hold. And let me try and hold this up in a way that you guys can actually see there. So this is the wagon that brings you to your doom. What you can tell here is the massive wagon itself has these huge wheels that drag the thing along. And it is led by these two massive kind of lizard insectoid things called MacLeods. And a MacLeod is one of the beasts of burden that exists in Darksun. Darksun doesn't have, for the most part, a lot of mammals. So there's no horses, there's no, it's all exotic species. These things include a kank, which is kind of like a giant ant, a crodlu, which is kind of like a scaled buzzard, or not buzzard, a scaled ostrich that you'd ride. Inyx, which is like a giant lizard. Think of like a long, triangular-headed lizard with a what do you call it? A howdah on the back of it. And then there's MacLeods, and MacLeods are what they use to drag these veritable fortresses along, through the things. They are huge animals. And incredibly surly, too. I think when you guys were being loaded into this thing, you saw one of the slave handlers was not being careful enough with one of the slaves, and, one of the MacLeods snatched one of those slaves up. And, of course, they are much more valuable than any one slave. You've been in the slave hold here. Dark, hot room with no ventilation, and a door on each side barred from the outside. There are no other slaves in here, and you have no possessions except your clothing. Hemp breechcloths with halters for women, because apparently modesty is a thing in Darksun. Your typical days thus far have included that the wagon moves at daybreak, and an hour later, 5 guards, one of which is gifted in psionics, feed the slaves with gruel and water, check the shackles, and then they return in the evening with an additional quart of water per slave. This routine never varies. You have been going here for, let's see here, I believe it is about a week. Yeah. I think it's about a week that you guys have been traveling. And maybe the days are meaningless to you, but that is where you guys have found yourself for the last little while. So I think in the span of the time that you guys have been locked up here, the 4 of you have had a chance to talk to each other, to kind of give some, exchange bio information basically. So why don't you guys tell us, I know you guys, these are pre-gens, you've had these handed to you, but tell us what your characters have presented to your fellow companions. Like, are they surly? Are they friendly? Are they scheming? Are they thick? Are they happy followers? What do you think, guys? And anyone can jump in whenever they want.
I'll tell you quickly about Ryderis. He's extremely suspicious of everybody. He probably was the last one to really reveal anything, but once he did, he felt like he could trust you, so he told you everything. And so his sister was taken by Templars and executed. She was an elf. He's a half-elf, so she was half-sister. And so he hates the Templars.
Yep.
Problem is his human brother, other half-brother, is a Templar. And she sold out her own sister, so he wants to take revenge on the Templars but he wants to try to save his brother at the same time. So he's kind of conflicted, but he really hates the Sorcerer Kings, wants to take the whole thing down, but he thinks there are Templar spies everywhere.
Yeah. Well, it could have been that, you know, if you thought there is an organization called the Veiled Alliance, which is not really, it's not really fair to call it an alliance. It's an idea that is existent in some of the city-states. The Veiled Alliance is basically an organization or several organizations of preservers that try and fight against, like, protect other preservers and fight against the Sorcerer Kings in some cases. You could have been sold into slavery because they thought, you thought you were hooking up with the Veiled Alliance, and then, and that might explain why you haven't had a chance to put your plan into action yet. It's just like, fuck, why did I think I would trust this guy?
And see, I told you. You can't trust anybody.
Exactly. So one thing I want to ask you about too is in Dark Sun, because preservers and defilers are both so, they're illegal and hated by both the Sorcerer Kings and by the common folk. The way they don't just keep scrolls and books and shit like that. They hide all of their spell books. So they hide it in, like, stitching in their clothing, or a pattern on their staff or something like that. What is your spell book?
I was thinking that it'd be a series of knots in thread that are, basically kind of hanging, like they're like an ornamentation. So I got this idea because I noticed on my list of non-weapon proficiencies that I had dancing.
Yep.
So I thought maybe he would have been trained as a performer in some kind of like traveling caravan of performers, and he discovered that at some point that he had this ability, and so as a way to hide it in plain sight, he kind of has these tassels and stuff like that on his clothing.
I forget, is he elven or half elven?
Half elven.
So if he had any connection with his elves, dance is a very big thing with the elves. So if you, like in sort of like a dervish kind of way, if you did have any connection, I'm not sure what your feelings were to your elven side of your heritage, but that could have been...
I was thinking that he was closer to the elven side, and therefore
Awesome.
He was in a nomadic kind of caravan, and that's why he was closer with his sister, who was the one that was taken.
Awesome.
And that maybe she was trying to help him out, but because she was helping him out, she got caught.
Okay, cool. What does everyone else? Anyone else have any ideas how their character presented?
I have some.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I'm pretty sure that my guy was headed for the spit in the halfling cannibal community, and somehow I was able to escape and get away from being the meal du jour of the halflings.
Okay.
And when I ran away or whatever, I fell into whomever I fell into, and now I'm in this wagon with these other folks who might as well be my friends because I don't know anybody else.
Sure.
Headed for a death of being worked to death labor. So this is the world I live in. Remarkably enough, I remain somewhat cheerful just to be alive and have some clothes and being in this wagon.
Okay.
So I kind of see the bright side of the Dark Sun world.
Sure. Well, I mean, if you were living as a halfling thief as well, too, like there's sort of a hierarchy of hate in terms of how civilized people feel about different species, and elves are certainly not really. I mean, they're seen as a necessary kind of evil because they do have like access to so many things, and they're able to smuggle so many things into the city states that are otherwise tightly controlled. But the Thri-Kreen are kind of hated more than that because they'll eat you, and they just do not think of in the way that other sentient species sort of work. So the Thri-Kreen are probably hated more than you, but the Halflings are probably not. They're so like, imagine having hyper-violent, potentially cannibalistic children who can respond to things in a dramatically inappropriate way. So they may be like, let's just keep our fucking distance from this crazy person. So you may have had a really rough time when in the shadows of Uruk, until you were actually enslaved. So that may be why you're feeling kind of happy and whatnot to be in, in this situation rather than, being continually kicked out because you're a halfling.
I think you're right. I think being a slave is a step up from being dinner.
Okay. Okay. How about Hobbs and Arlen? Any insight into Olek or Krog?
So Olek was a traveling pilgrim. He was headed somewhere to see some sort of earthy feature in the desert.
Yep.
I'm not sure where that would be from. It could be Uric or Tyr.
Yep.
And he is a grim person, but he does also portray hope in his wisdom, for he does believe that in all things earth shall prevail, and he is an elemental priest.
Love it. Love it. So do you think, were you like set upon by roving slavers when you were in the wild? Is that sort of how you found, or were you just like bamboozled while you were in Uruk?
No, it would be in the wild, I would think.
Okay. Yeah, so there's been some kind of like roving, because that also happens. Like if you're just not strong enough to protect yourself and they need to meet a quota, you're enslaved. If you don't like it, take it up with the Templars. So how about Krog?
Well, I think Krog doesn't really have any like kind of skilled labor skills. So I think Krog has been a slave for a while. That he's been doing, or if not an actual slave in like by definition, he's been doing that kind of manual labor type stuff for a while, and he's just kind of.
Let me give you some insight into one of the unique character classes here as well, too. So the Dark Sun setting introduced a character class called the Gladiator. And where the Gladiator differs from the Fighter is that mechanically the Gladiator is proficient in everything, and you just spend your weapon proficiencies getting specializations. So they get a shit ton of weapon specializations, and they're really kind of they're the badass single combatants and performers as well, too. Where the Fighter fits in, the Fighter is the soldier. The Fighter is the rank and file that makes up the militia in a desert town. It's the army that marches on behalf of the on behalf of the Sorcerer King's armies, and it's also because it matches it. The only fighter class that can actually multi-class is there's two. There's a ranger and there's the fighter. But if you want to play like Joe hit stuff and also have another class, the fighter multi-class is always the one that's used there. So your character may have been a gladiator as well, like that may have been where they were, but he also may have been a slave soldier at some point, and for whatever reason he wore out his welcome. Depends on where you...
So that like a Janissary type, raised to... Yep. Yeah, well that sounds great. That definitely sounds... Krogok is he's tough, he's got his kind of veteran, he despite all of the stuff that he's been through, is not interested in dying for some, Sorcerer King's enlargement, whatever it is. So he's about ready to figure out how we're gonna get out of this predicament that we all seem to be in.
Yeah. Okay. So with that in mind, then, guys, like we've seen several days go by. I can tell you that what you're all wearing is heavy leather manacles on your wrists, and the manacles as well as collars, leather collars, and they are sealed shut with giant hair rope. Giants in the Dark Sun setting, where is it here? They have a very distinctive. It's kind of like they have like cornrows in it. They have these weird oversized heads, and then they have they generally wear their hairs in cornrows, and the half giants look very much like that as well. I'm trying to find where's the illustration of it too. And the reason I mention it only is because the giants, their hair is incredibly strong. Oh, you can't see here. There's giants. So they have the giant hair is basically not breakable. Oh, there's a better illustration of there's the MacLeods, guys. That's a Brahm illustration. So, anyway, and for those listening at home, forgive me, I had intended to have all these loaded as images rather than me holding them up, but unfortunately, time was my enemy this month, so... and it seemed to have won. So you're tied up with this giant hair loops. The rope runs through a bone loop set into the wall, and is tied securely shut with a knot located outside of the hold. This gives the slaves just enough freedom to reach the wooden chamber pot in the middle of the room. The bone loops can be pulled from the wall if you make a successful bend bar lift gate roll. However, I think that you guys would likely know that with how close the guard chamber is, if you pull that thing out of the wall, they will hear that. The guards are each armed with an obsidian short sword, and of course there is a psionicist in there too. I'm going to use the word scion from now on for it, just because psionicist is such a cumbersome word, and scion I think is more likely to be the one that that in universe they would use.
Yeah.
So and it sounds better than mind mage. So anyway, that's the situation you guys have found yourselves in. Do you think there's anything you would have attempted or would have done in the interim, or was it a matter of first gaining trust amongst you guys, and that's where we sort of pick up the story as you guys being where you are?
Well, there's probably, I like the idea, because you were mentioning about, with a successful bend bars lift gates, you could pull I like the idea that Krog has sort of tested the restraints a bit and tried to figure out kind of what exactly are the limits of these, even if you can't break, Krog's really strong. Maybe he could break the leather, not the giant hair rope that's tied it together. But that seems, even for somebody like him, that's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah. It's let's see here. What is you got 19 strength, don't you?
I do have 19 strength.
Yeah. So let's take a look here and see. I actually don't know what your percentage chances. Bend bars lift gates at 19 is a 50%.
That's pretty good.
So it's not bad. I don't want to tell you how to play your character necessarily, but that is definitely a possibility for you. And I think of all of them, the psionicist is the biggest son of a bitch of all of them. Perhaps unsurprisingly, what person wants to use their mental gifts to strictly dominate others? And I think, why don't you guys give me a D4 roll? Let's get some dice rolling here. I want to know who has been subject to the. Nice. Okay, to Krog. Not surprisingly, the bull-headed dwarf. Let's see here. You. So make sure this ability does what I think it does. Ooh. So what do you think you did, Krog, to merit the attention of the psionicist? What did we see happen while you were in here?
Probably. I mean, it seems like if I did too much, they'd just kill me, right?
Yeah.
So it's something sort of minor, like I set up. Maybe I kind of pushed the.
So one of the things as well too is you are one of the things that you can weigh your value against. I mean, if you're just going to be fodder for building this ziggurat, then maybe none of you, whatever special things there are about you, that doesn't matter. But if you're you're not a valueless slave, you're not a laborer or whatnot, you're a scion and a trained warrior. So there is some, if they wanted to try and sell you at market, they could get a much better value for you than say Joe, gonna die carrying bricks, in elsewhere in the hold. So that may allow you to push a little further than you would otherwise.
Well, yeah. So I'm wondering if there's some way I could do something funny with the chamber pot, put it in a place where he doesn't expect it. So he walks in the room and steps in it, and he immediately knows it's me because I let it.
Yeah. Love it. What are your sonic abilities again?
I have biofeedback, body weapon.
Yeah. So biofeedback is the thing that I think it boosts your. I think I got the rules down on there.
Less points of damage from every attack that causes you physical damage.
Oh, right. Yeah, it makes you tougher. Right, a body weapon makes sense. Cause decay, dimension door, flesh armor, and which just hardens your armor, gives you an armor class, and then lend health is for you to transmit health from you to another target. The reason I ask is because I wanted to know about whether you had any telepathic devotions. I don't think you did. Okay, or telekinetic ones. So what that means is, so as soon as that happened, let's talk about what happens, the way that psychic powers work. So you have access to things called psionic defenses. Because you are a scion, you gain access to that. Otherwise, people don't have them. The reason that matters is because it makes a difference between an open mind and a closed mind. An open mind, one that does not have access to defenses, is basically an open book for scions. They can just fucking rip the mind apart and make it do whatever, telepaths I mean, do whatever they want to them. If you are psychic, at least you've got a bit of a fighting chance. But I think the only one you've got is Mind Blank.
Yeah, I've got, it says Mind Blank power score 9.
Okay. So, yeah, which means that you gotta, to get that power off is challenging. There's a weird matrices that you go where, like, the way that the psionic attacks and psionic defenses work in the game is a carryover of first edition, where they had like 5 attacks, 5 defenses, and they have varying degrees of success against each other. It's a little weird, but whatever, it's the game. You know, I mean, there's to be honest, not more simplified versions of this. There's just iterations on complexity. So, but the way it basically works is you can use psionic attacks twice per round. They're a weird exception to other things. You can always do 2 psionic attacks, which means you can also do 2 defenses against them. The psionicist that is in here, he is a telepath, which means I'm going to assume, we're not going to roll through it, but we're going to assume that he's able to beat you down. Either you run out of psionic strength points getting your defenses up, because you've only got the 1, defense to him. And what he does is he uses one of his powers on you. The way they describe it in the fiction for the psychic stuff is that there is this sort of like psychic landscape that in the fraction of the time, you would envision a giant MacLeod, and then in response you may, envision a Pterax, a flying reptile kind of thing, and then you may change your strategies based on what the other person is doing to you. So I'll leave it to you to think of what sort of thing happens, but what the end result is not taking damage, but you are left on the floor writhing with every neuron in your body screaming in pain because of an ability he has called Inflict Pain. So that probably happened a day or so, maybe before our session opens up. How do you think that's a fact? Like, how's that been sitting with Krog since then?
He's got his mental book of grudges, as it were.
Yeah.
His the list of who's gonna die first. Well, obviously that guard, and then the other guards, and then we're gonna start getting on to everybody else who's wronged him recently.
Okay. So then, what do we think, guys, in terms of that when you reach your destination, it's a short life. Like it's a short and brutal life until you die. And being a slave in the city, as dangerous as it is being a slave in the desert, trying to escape a caravan, being a slave in the city, they are aware of how dangerous slaves can be and whatnot. So there are some extreme measures that are taken to prevent you from just escaping and shit like that. So. It sounds like none of you guys have been slaves before. Is that right?
No, I don't think
you
so.
were all freemen otherwise before? Okay, so maybe
I was slated.
You were which?
I was slated to be dinner.
Yeah, that's a little different. The halflings, I actually don't think the halflings do have slaves. I think they either kill you and eat you, or you're a welcome member of the tribe. So
Yeah.
So then, this is probably like through hearsay. You guys have heard about what the life of the slaves is going to be like when you get there. What have you guys been discussing in the last couple of days?
I think we probably have been going over what our options are in terms of what we each can bring to the table, skill set wise.
Okay.
Whenever, especially for Rydarius, but making sure that no one else is listening in. Like no others. Are there other slaves in this kind of pen with us?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so he's making sure, because he's like, one of these guys is definitely a Templar agent or informant or something, so he's trying to always talk on the sly and make sure no one's overhearing, but he's kind of letting them know, so he'll let them know what spells that he has.
Okay.
That he's a preserver, so they don't freak out.
Yeah.
He
I'm going to
gets stuff.
assume you would have had, so think of what you would have had memorized when you were taken captive. That's what's sitting in your brain right now.
That's and that's basically what I have. Nothing super offensive. So
Okay.
I have a sleep spell. So that's the one thing he thinks can help. And he also has invisibility, which he could cast on somebody else if it would help them. But it's going to be an obvious thing.
Okay.
So.
Okay. And I think you, because your arms are shackled, you can't actually cast spells until you're free.
That's what I figured.
So, yeah.
And so I need somebody to free me first. And I do have a cool non-weapon proficiency that came out of Dark Zone, which is somatic concealment.
Yes.
So I can attempt to cast these spells without being noticed, but we'll see.
Yeah. Which awesome
I gotta-
DM gave you somatic concealment? Holy smokes.
I know. Somebody I know pretty well helped me out with that one.
Okay.
Are we able to move in this wagon at all to where I could get near anyone else's roped shackles? Because that could be something that I could do to try to free at least one of us if I could get near them.
Well, you need thieves'
And also,
tools, though. And you don't, in order to try and, like, if you're thinking of, like, picking locks or something like that, you need thieves' tools, and you don't have those.
I got something called rope use 20.
Rope use would be for, like, yeah, like, create, like, that's for tying specific knots and stuff like that. Like, if you want to do something that'll secure a ship but come away very quickly, or if you want to tie someone up so they can't get free, or you want to tie something in, like that knot that has, like, the garrote around the neck, and then if you move your legs too much, it chokes you. That's the way rope use works, not necessarily for just trying to find. These are crafted to have that stuff in there. I'm not sure you'd be able to just untie it.
Yeah, I didn't think it'd be that easy, but that's something that I've been trying to pay attention to.
Okay.
And the actual doors themselves to this wagon. And I'm also convinced that I'd rather die than go be a slave in this city, like you were saying earlier.
Yeah.
So I tell the people, I don't want to die like that. That's not my gig.
Okay.
Olek would be offering anecdotes and words of hope for people that we will survive, and do not consider dying yet, Mixow the Moonlighter, for surely we shall prevail.
He is the hopeless optimist in Darkson. Love it. Okay.
I think Krog might be up to you. May require brute force to start us off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is that it might. So, okay. One of my psionic abilities is called body weaponry, and it says convert your arm into a weapon. How does that work?
So let me see if you. I can't. I was just thinking that I don't know whether you need to have your hands free to do psionics. Because they don't have material components necessarily listed on the character sheet. Let me see here. It makes me. I mean, I think that you can't. You likely can't use. Let's see here.
Well, yeah, because what I'm thinking is if I can just, like, turn my arm into a sword or an axe or something, I can start cutting people loose, probably.
Yeah, yeah, totally.
They're going to notice right away, but that seems like that might be our best option.
Yeah. So let me see here. Here we go. You guys keep talking while I'm looking at this stuff as well.
So I think what we should do is come up with a specific plan of like, is there a particular guard that comes by that we think is easier to take, or particular time of day or night that we want to make our break? Like, is it better? Should we wait till the cover of darkness? Should we just wait for the best opportunity, and then figure out what the order of? I mean, are we gonna just try to do this all very quietly and one step at a time, and get ourselves all freed, and then gang up and wait for a guard to come in, which will allow us to then get out of the wagon, and then we make a run for it? Or are we gonna try to take over, and kill some of these guards and get their equipment?
Yeah.
Yeah, so seems to me that we're not talking about like taking over the wagon or anything, right? Most we're talking about is killing a couple of the guards so that we have some stuff before we venture out into the wasteland.
That sounds right to me.
Yeah.
Raderis is perfectly happy to kill as many as possible, so you have to kind of rein him in, I think. He's like got grander plans. He's like, we'll take over the caravan and then we'll storm into Tyr and we'll start fighting. Like, okay, everybody. Okay, let's relax. So he's gonna go with the group's plan. He knows he's not experienced at this kind of stuff, so he's willing to follow your lead.
Okay. So it says that they have. It requires concentration. I actually don't know whether there is other, like, you need to have hands free for them or not. I don't think so.
I can't speak to the actual answer, but I remember the way we played it, we didn't use that. Somatic, any kind of verbal somatic material component for psionics, but we could have been playing it wrong.
Yeah.
But what I'll say is, Arlen, for Krog, even with his brute strength, he might be able to break himself free and then start breaking the rest of us free if that doesn't work.
Yeah, that was also a consideration, is that even if we can't do this arm weapon thing, that might be enough.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. I mean, I'm all for arm weapons, trust me.
Okay, so I'm going to assume then, you just need to, as long as your head is not obstructed, then you're able to just manifest this stuff. You don't need to worry about having access to whatever. Okay. So then what body weaponry allows you to do is to shape it into any weapon. Yeah, and you can change it up and whatnot. So if you want to do a knife, you want to do a sword or whatever.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool thing. You do need to make a successful power check in order to manifest it, but other than that, I think all your power, because of the nature of the psionics you use, your power scores are pretty fucking high.
Very cool.
All right. Well,
and now knowing that
somebody breaking into Arlen's house.
I think people are setting off fireworks outside.
Oh shit. Wait, you live in Texas. That's optimistic. You think it's fireworks?
Yeah, but I'm hoping it's fireworks. Yeah. So okay. All right. So when do we want to go? Do we want to try like at night sometime? Like wait until it gets dark and then.
It seems like the best chances of at least hiding what we're doing.
Yeah.
At
Unless
night,
there's something that's happening at night, Kev.
So at night the thing doesn't move, so people would be sleeping, and sounds would be more, like when it's moving, there's those giant rollers that are being dragged along with the whole thing rumbling, and sometimes the braying of the MacLeods and the sound of people moving around and the other slaves. At night, it's a little more quiet. So there's that. The only other two things that really make up your day is an hour after daybreak, when the actual caravan sets out, is when you get your morning gruel and water, and then you get water again in the evening.
So that's like the evening's not a good time to try to grab a guard or something, but we need to be free before that. So if we use the cover of the sound of the vehicle of the wagon, maybe some of us can actually try to block the vision of the guards by like standing up to use the chamber pod or whatever while you're trying to break your way free or something.
Makes
I
sense.
think we should
Yeah.
assume that they're going to hear us, and it doesn't matter what kind of noise we're going to make. Once we make our move, it's all or nothing.
I agree with that. I think it's just the precursor to that with Krog kind of breaking us all free. If we can use the sound of those giant wheels and stuff to kind of mask that, then once you're right, as soon as we make our attack, all bets are off.
Well, why not just try it right after we eat and drink, and then when they're starting out, he can do his thing. We'll try to get out as soon as we can.
Sure.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, I've got something that actually might make this more helpful. I've got a map of the what do you call it? Of the wagon. Just give me 1 sec here, guys. I'm gonna.
And also, I'm guessing we probably, or well, I don't know. Is anybody among the party familiar with like distances and has a sense of how close we've gotten to tier or away from Urk? Like, are we out in the middle of nowhere at this point, or?
You're in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, at this
Okay,
point,
cool.
there's not really waypoints of
Yeah, it's pretty empty.
other places around. So,
Yeah.
Oh, here is it?
Yeah.
There you go.
Cool.
Yeah, no time to waste.
Okay, give me 2 seconds here, guys. Let me load this sucker up here.
And I'll try to show this. Maybe you can see.
We're coming up at midnight for you there, George. Oh, pretty awesome. Yeah, that's great.
Urk is here, and this is the road, and Tier is there. So it's pretty barren, as you can see from the colors there. They did a great job with the maps. I remember when this set came out, I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, it's one of the in the initial version, like the first box that we got, it had those canvas maps or whatever it was, or some kind of fabric.
Yeah, they're like cloth. Yeah, kind of like burlappy.
I know, and I can't find a copy that has that.
Oh, I have it.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
I got it, I think, from Noble Knight.
Oh, did you? Shit.
Yeah.
I got my copy from Sentry Box here.
That place is great.
Sentry Box is fucking awesome. Yeah. And in fact, if anyone wants to visit Calgary, then I'm happy to show them around in Sentry Box.
I might have to do that.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Excellent.
Yeah, I would do it.
Olak would let it be known that his hope isn't without reason, and it's possible that he could summon a distraction from Athos herself.
Interesting.
Awesome.
Okay, what is he thinking?
Like the Dust Devil.
Ah, very cool.
Cool.
Very cool.
That'd be awesome.
Okay, now oh, you know what? Let me do this, guys. I'll just, I was going to put it as a handout, and then I realized I had my phone sideways when I took this photo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, It's old man interaction with technology.
I know.
Where's the cord on this thing?
I know.
Okay.
It says 0%. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Oh, shut up. It's broken.
Here we go. Guys. Boom. Look at that.
Cool.
MacLeod wagon.
Kevin, I lost your camera. I don't know if anybody else did.
Jules Mike. Oh, you know what? That's probably because hold on. Let me hit.
Okay.
I had the Roll20 open in 2 different computers.
Yep.
So it did not like it. Okay, so guys, where you are currently is just to help you with planning, because you would have passed this stuff as you're going through. A is the cargo hold that you were brought through when you were brought down into there. You guys, I think, are in F. Yeah, you can see the chamber pot in there, right in the middle.
Oh, I see.
That's some authenticity on the map. Like, so what else should I include in here? Make sure you include the piss pot. That's an important part of the scenario. So you guys are sort of locked in there. There are the 2 doors that lead out that you were brought in through. You see the one door here, and one door over here.
Yeah. Now, when they come in to feed us and give us water, do they enter, or do they have some way of giving us these things without?
Oh yeah, they come in. I mean, like they're armed and they've got the sound assist with them, so they're not terribly concerned about you guys pulling anything.
Okay.
How little do they know?
It's gonna be the shortest adventure ever.
Yeah, really.
So obviously we got to take that scientist down first, and I don't know if that's also a Krog thing, because he understands the ways of the Scions. But Raderis will do whatever he can.
So here's a pretty badass thing about good old Krog. Krog has +7 to damage.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
I saw that.
Yes.
So yeah, even with unarmed is not listed as a weapon, so the best I could do was find a weird chart that has a whole bunch of unarmed attacks on it.
Yes, you make your roll, and that sort of is the opportunity that you had to try and hit, and then that has a damage number on it. The chart you're likely looking at has consolidated wrestling and striking.
Yes, that's the one that I found.
Yeah. So what it is your attack roll dictates what actually landed. Like your roll will it's against the AC.
Is that the one that has like haymaker and that kind of stuff on it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a chart I never used as a kid because I was like, this is
I didn't
dumb.
use it as a kid, but I had a long running 1E campaign, like early 2000s, and we wound up using it quite a bit because it was just fun.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like when I read it over, I'm like, I'm gonna give it a try. We'll see if it, because there's certain things that allow you to like move up and down the chart, as well too with certain proficiencies.
Yes.
So that's kind of cool.
It was fun. We enjoyed it.
So that's what you. And I guess the thing I like about it as well is it reflects the like. Well, you don't know what you're like. You can have a plan, but the plan never survives encounter with the actual battlefield. So
Right.
if
It's like,
all
what
you have an
opportunity I was given.
Yeah. But the reason I mention it is because the damage that's listed there, Arlen, that's how much damage you do, plus your damage bonus.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
Yeah.
So even in unarmed combat, I hit like a battle axe.
Yeah.
Doing max damage.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna be behind you.
Okay. But where's my DMG? Okay, so then what is the plan here, guys? Are you actually freeing yourselves and then gonna spring the trap when they come in, or what?
I mean, that seemed like the best strategy, but what do you guys think?
Yeah, no, I like that idea. Free ourselves first, and then be ready for them when they.
Okay.
Hey, DM Cav, which door do they normally use to come in?
We'll
to
say
feed
this
us?
one over here.
Okay. Have they ever used the other door?
Maybe once.
Okay. And can we see? I can't quite tell. Are there like? Can we see through bars like out of the?
No, I think you're in pretty much darkness for most of the time. There may be like little, little bits of light that come through the heavy, teak wood or the dark sun equivalent of teak that makes up this thing. Or, I mean, to be honest, it actually might be like hide and chitin and stuff instead of
cool.
wood.
Yeah, I like that. And so does it work both ways that they can't quite see us?
They might bring lanterns in to see that.
No, but sorry, I mean from the outside, like when we're trying to.
Oh no! Yeah, whatever goes on in here, it's unlikely that they would anyone out other than unless they heard something. It's unlikely, or one of the guards got away because they come in a pack of 6 guards and the psionicist as well, or the scion.
Great. So that's good. That's what we need. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I can, like I said, I only have one sort of offensive spell. Nice hug. I have one offensive spell, which is sleep, which I'm happy to use
Okay.
to take out some of those guards if Krog's going after the Scion.
So are you going to try and free everyone beforehand?
No,
Yeah,
they're obviously all spies.
Okay. So what do you? So here, let's talk about regenerating your psionic strength points then too. So your PSP regenerate by the hour, and it depends on what your level of activity is. If you're doing hard exertion, which includes fighting, running, digging ditches, walking while encumbered, climbing a rope, blah, 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 you get none back. If you are walking or riding, you get 3 back per hour or 1 back every 2 turns. If you're sitting, resting, or reading, you get 6 back per hour. If you're rejuvenating, which is the psionic, I think it was the psionic proficiency rejuvenation, or if you're sleeping, you gain 12 back per hour.
Pretty good.
And it's the most strenuous that you did that hour. So if you get in a fight, that means you get none back.
Okay.
You need to have that full hour. So the only reason I mentioned that is for your body weaponry.
Yep.
Because if you're going to chew through some of that stuff. And then the way that it works, Arlen, for using your psionic abilities, you roll a d12. If you roll your power number less than your power number, then it successfully manifests. If you roll your power number like right on the money, then there's it's kind of supercharged. If you roll a 20, something very bad goes wrong.
Cool.
I thought you said it was a D12.
He
It's a
did, but,
D20 you roll?
D20 you roll, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like,
Because
alright.
it works
nice.
just like proficiencies. Oh, and we're going to use the AD&D rules for Astonishing Fortune that we have been using in our Night Below. So you each have 1 point of Astonishing Fortune. You can use it to re-roll. That's the only thing. You can't make auto successes. You can't do whatever else, and then it'll regenerate. I don't know. I guess when it's New Year's at... Hey, speaking of which, George, Happy New Year!
Thank you. Yeah, literally.
Hey! And for those listening on the East Coast, Happy New Year, guys!
Yep.
Welcome to
now it's
2020.
11.
Hell yeah.
Yay. I
Yay!
feel like there's something special. We should like shoot confetti or something.
Totally.
So let's-
we're very happy to be on, the first minute of 2020 to get to be playing
Yes.
D&D with my friends online.
You're coming from the future.
Yes, that's right. Guys, it's
Awesome.
great. Can't wait till you get here.
It's pretty
It's
good.
D&D
Good
all
to you
the
so
time.
far?
So far, so
let's,
good.
let's wait and see the outcome of that Sound of Power roll.
Right now,
Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna
shall I just do a roll 1d20 and
Well,
we
let
see
me. Rodare is just being always overcautious because he wants to do as much damage to people as possible. Just as to Krog, knowing. Well, I guess I don't know, Krog, if you would have relayed how your powers work to us, so he may not say anything. But he was gonna ask if it made sense to try to break out with brute strength first before using your power points. But if you didn't share that, he would obviously not know anything
So
about that.
the difference being is that if he does let's break that bone thing, that the guards will hear that. Like
Yeah.
that shattering.
guards are
of
gonna hear
bone.
that, and that doesn't get rid of the actual like manacles that are on us, right? That just lets us move around.
Yep.
Right.
True.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds
so
good.
I think it's better to do the
Okay.
I'm down.
a 15. My body
Wait, so
weaponry power score is 14.
Do we have two?
You,
Fortune
you,
at this moment, or do we have one?
I hear a voice from the future saying,
Right.
"Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
I have two. That's how.
Yeah. No, you guys. What a dick move that would be, right?
Exactly, right?
Is it midnight your time yet? Nope. Sorry, you get nothing. No. So we'll say that you guys have 2 points of astonishing fortune. Let's see here. We should call it something different because it's Dark Sun. What do we call it? How about
Athos action points.
no, we'll call it force of will. So you have keeping with the.
We have.
Oh, that's good.
You have 2 points of force of will right now, so you can go ahead and make. You can spend the cost is really just it's half the cost to manifest it. So, like, if whatever it costs to manifest body weaponry, you just lose half of that, and it doesn't manifest. That's all that happens when you fail.
Okay. Well, why don't I mean, seems like we might as well spend a point to try again.
Yeah.
Sure. Heck yeah. Blow through that stuff. Woof.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
Closer and
It's just-
closer.
you're just getting warmed up.
Okay, so you all you've spent so far is half the cost of body weaponry, rounding up, and one of your inner strength points, or what was it? I've already forgotten what I called them. Force of will.
Force of
Force
will.
of will,
Force of will. I'm gonna write that down.
which
So-
goes along very well with the
Yeah.
will in the way.
No, you have 2. It's- oh man.
All
Okay,
right. So then,
what
I
do
think
we see as this is like? Because you would start manifesting, but it would fail. And psychometabolic is using your mind to physically transform your body.
So we see Krog, he kind of like kneels down and he holds his hands are tight and fists form and every muscle in his body is straining, and we see the beginnings of one of his fists starts to transform into a blade, and then suddenly it goes wrong and it's back to fist shape, and he kind of looks at his hands in disbelief as his powers have failed him.
Okay, give me a sec here. Elsewhere in the caravan, in the film version of our campaign, we see this psionicist look over. And for this guy, I think he is, he's got like a whited over eye for where he lost it at some point, no doubt to some other, random act of cruelty in his past. His head is mostly shaved with some crude tattoos carved on the one side. Maybe scarification, not tattoos. But he gets up and kind of tosses aside this watery gruel that he'd been eating, and then kicks one of the guards like, "Come here!" So now the follow-up round. So you try to manifest it, but it didn't come through. What are you doing now? Try again?
Try again. Yeah,
Okay.
I think I need to. I think so. To establish last kind of worst case scenario is if I can't get this off before any of the guards come, I'm just gonna do my best to break the thing off the wall.
50-50 chance.
We're gonna have to. Yeah.
Yep.
That's gonna give us a fighting chance.
Okay.
But hopefully this will work.
Well,
Off to a good start here.
Not so good.
Okay. Arlen, 3. So you try, and once again, you're trying to manifest. It's no doubt the fact that you've been fed minimal food. You probably had a shit kicking when you were brought in here, that led you to this point. So it's just, the failure to perform is really being driven by the exhaustion that's overwhelmed you, over the last couple of days. What do you do next then? What is everyone else doing while he's failing to manifest this thing? He keeps trying to change his arm, and he doesn't seem to be working.
I think Rodaris puts his hand on Krog's shoulder and says, "Just remain calm and focus." And basically, he's repeating what his teacher said to him when he was learning, because he doesn't understand how it's different in the way it's manifested. He has very little knowledge of how I have a power, but it's just a wild talent.
Yeah, it's an instinctive thing that you've
manifested. So he's just kind of trying to give the guidance that was given to him about how to learn to use his power.
Okay.
I'll try to listen for the guards. I have some noise hearing skills.
Okay. Why don't you? What is your skill right now for? What was it? Hear noise? Is that what's called in this edition?
That sounds right. Hear noise.
I think. Let's see here. Should be
I
on
think it's detect noise at 30%.
Nice. Give me a percentile roll, please.
Sure.
And the way, just as a refresher, the way I treat the rogue skills is that this is like the supernatural version of this. This is not like anyone could hear a noise that's an obvious noise. This is you hearing, whoa, pretty good. You said it was 30?
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, how about that? I made my roll, but we still can't get out.
So what you can tell though, Mixow, is that you can hear the sound of the guards stirring. In the room where they are, they're making their way over towards you guys. You can hear the voice of the psionicist, and you probably know it. I'm picturing him having that kind of like raspy, what was it, Michael Windcott voice, the guy from plays Guy of Gisborne in Prince of Thieves, and he plays the main bad guy in The Crow. Westcott, was that what his name is? I don't know.
That sounds.
He has that voice that's kind of raspy and deep.
Yeah.
Why a spoon, cousin? Why not an axe, sir?
Yeah.
I hear the guard coming.
Yep, Michael Wincott.
Wincott, okay. Okay. So, Krog, your turn. You got an action. What are you doing?
All right.
You can do it.
There we go.
Nice.
And what manifests?
So I think the first couple times I tried to go for like a full-size sword. Now I'm going for it's like a short sword or a dagger or something, much more manageable.
To be honest, a dagger might be more, like it might be easier for you
and better
to try
for cutting through.
Yeah. Okay, so this thing manifests finally, and so is it your right or left hand that has become this short sword? Or dagger?
Probably my right hand. I think if I'm right-handed, that I'm sort of putting it all on this one.
Sure. So I'll so that manifests. Make sure you deduct that from your. Oh, let me bring your tokens over here, guys.
Yep.
Cav, where's my damn tokens? Fucking Bushleaf DM. Jeez. Cav, that's it. I'm not playing with you anymore this year.
And then
You only did 600 hours, or what was it?
500 hours.
500 hours. Yeah.
It's pretty obnoxious, eh? Holy
Now, that
shit.
doesn't, imagine that we all know how much time it takes to prep a game.
Well, the thing is that you guys, so many of you guys have played in so many of those games too. So this is our 2019 as well.
When
Okay.
you talk about person hours, we racked them up.
Yeah. Our,
Wish they were
we have
doable hours.
we have
That'd be
characters who are genuinely like months old now. So. Okay, so then it looks like yeah. So Krogok, you've used some of your stuff. Whatever the cost is to manifest that, just make sure you're spelling it it. You're using it for maintaining it. So then Arlen, 2.
All right.
What's
so,
happening this round, guys? We're not going to worry about initiative too much. For now, we'll just know that each of you guys gets to do one action. And I'm using the Ash equivalent of rounds. Rounds are 10 seconds, not 1 minute.
Cool.
Okay, so...
how many people can I just cut one person free per, or can I cut multiple?
Here's what I'll do. We'll do some risk reward stuff. If you're careful and just kind of like shoo, you know, cut it. You've cut them free of the rope that ties them to the to the bone thing in the wall, and you've also cut their manacles. That'll be one person, or make an attack roll and for 2 attack rolls, and I'll let you free 2 people. But there's a chance of missing them. The AC is gonna be pretty low. Your bonus to hit from your strength, I think, alone is like a +3, and your THAC0 is, I think, an 18.
Yep.
So basically, it's a 5 or higher is what you need to hit, because it's an AC
All right,
10.
let's start cutting people free. Who's first?
Do not fear, Krog.
Yeah, I like Oleg being
Okay.
next to-
All right, 1d20 for an attack.
Yep. Boom. So, Oleg, like he's done this 100 times before, your manacles are cut and you are freed from the wall.
Praise
Next
to
one.
Atlas.
Okay.
All right, who's next?
I'm happy to go next, so I have my hands free to do some casting.
Yeah, sounds good. One more.
Nice.
Ooh, closer.
I need my hands to cast.
Nearly nicked you, but
Yeah.
They're cut.
You're not working for the Templars, are you?
Jeez. I'm ending the year with some sight gags. That's pretty good.
I
So,
lost your camera again, though, okay?
what's that?
I lost your camera.
Well, hold on.
been
I'm not
gone
going
for
to
a while.
rod you. To be honest, I mean, I think the joke was a little offensive as well, too. So probably it's for the best.
Perfect.
All right. So let's hear. I lost. Everyone's back. Fantastic. Okay. So then, let's what do you call it? So then that was one round. We got 2 people free. Arlen.
one. Okay, so deducting. Wait,
And MacLeod, they're getting closer. They're at the door.
maintenance. Okay,
Hurry
so
up.
deducting the maintenance cost, and then I'm gonna cut MacLeod free.
Okay. The maintenance
Okay.
cost doesn't cost. That didn't take any actions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do.
Nice.
Nice. Cut MacLeod free.
MacLeod's
and
free.
then kind
Yourself.
of.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yep.
Free at last.
Ah.
At least you didn't roll in that one. That'd be like, now I'll
Yeah.
free myself, and I just cut my fucking
Right.
wrist.
Right.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to make do with this, cut arm and both of my hands together, and I'll just double fist punch them,
Okay.
or whatever.
Well, are you going to use next round to try and free yourself from the wall? Guys?
Yeah, I'll.
Okay. Cool. Then, guys, here's what we are. Here's what happens next. Is I need. So the way that we do initiative in this, and some of you guys know this from playing in Night Below, and Brian, you actually might know this from watching the Night Below games. But you're not going to declare your actions, but you guys need to decide what your action is. And then one of you is going to roll initiative. It's 1d10, and then you add whatever the action cost is of your action to that number. And then if you lose initiative, then the initiative rolling will pass, just like in Ash. It'll shuffle on to the next person. And if you are not sure how much, so what the action cost will be is the casting time for your or casting speed for your spell. It'll be your weapon speed for your weapon, or it'll be a different number if you're doing something different. So if you're doing like just a normal action, or you're doing a cutting yourself free from the wall, for instance. Actually, if you're cutting yourself free, I'll just give you the weapon speed of your weapon. You've got a short sword, right?
Yes. Is this speed 3?
Yeah. So the short sword is speed 3. There you go. I got my awesome DM screen kicking around here.
And you want us to put our proposed action into the
what I want is your total initiative afterwards. Once you know what it is. So let's start with Brian. Brian, you're I'm not sure you've had a chance to roll initiative in one of these before. So has everyone declared their action, or decided their action at least?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So then Brian, why don't you go? Yep, go ahead and give us a D10 roll, and then you guys will add the speed of your action to that and enter that in, please. And then we go lowest to highest. Nice. Okay. Okay.
I don't have a weapon.
So you're going to go unarmed?
Yeah, I don't have a weapon.
Well, that means you're not fighting, or you're going to fight unarmed?
I'm gonna fight unarmed.
Okay, then I gotta check and see what the unarmed speed. I can't remember what that is.
It's 3 is what's listed.
Oh, is it 3? Okay, great.
Yep.
Where'd you find that? Was that on the weapon list?
I'm looking at it on the character sheets that you sent us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, then I looked it up already. Look at that.
Yeah, apparently.
Someone was planning ahead. It also was pretty easy because you all had just one weapon. So, nice. Okay, so the 11. Excellent. Everyone's rolled. Okay, so on mine is I rolled a 9, which means I lost initiative. So I'm adding to mine. Everyone is going to go in, and they're anticipating and using their weapons to deal with. They've basically readied actions to try and whack you with their weapons. So their weapon speed that means you guys will act before them. What are you guys doing for? What were the actions that you guys prepared? Did you ready actions for when they come in, or what?
I did. I readied the sleep spell, which is casting time at 1.
Okay. No one else ready?
I'm still cutting myself free, so I'm
okay. So you're not.
That.
What about Mixow? What did you have
I
planned?
thought I'd move over and try to hide near the door as one or two came in. I try to grab them or trip them or something.
So using a thief skill is an action. If you're attacking, that's something different. If you're trying to if you're hiding like capital H, that's what your action is for the round.
Or are you just giving us a sense of what it looks like, but not officially hiding?
Is which? Sorry?
I didn't know if that was just like a flourish of like that's kind of what it looks like.
Yeah.
But no mechanical effect. He's just making an attack. From
What were you meaning there, Brian?
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna move over and try to hide.
Okay, so why don't you... Okay, so then let's see here. First up is going to be Krogok and Mixow are tied. I think Mixow's probably got a higher dex, so you're up first. Give us a hide check. Let's see how well you melt into the shadows. Please.
Sure.
And again, like they may not see. Oh. Wow. Do you want to use force of will to re-roll that?
No, I need that to trying to hit. I hit a facto on 19.
Okay. So you go. The little halfling goes racing over. Krogok, you're going to try and cut yourself free.
Yeah, and it seems like I can do the slow version this time, right?
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can.
On me.
That's
Okay.
fine. Yeah. So you cut yourself free. You are now ready, and you've got your hand still in that form. Oh shit! Sorry, George. You were up first, but you said you were readying, right?
I had ready to sleep spell.
Okay. So then, Oleg, you're up next. What are you doing?
So it says plant for the entangle, but I didn't know if I would be able to use like these giant hair manacles that have been spread across the floor for an entangle spell. I mean, how often am I going to have plants in Dark Sun? That's what I'm curious about.
No, but it needs to be in touch with the natural earth. Like,
okay.
Yeah. It's not so much that you need to like. There's brambles and shit. Again, this is my drawing on my experience in the Mojave. There's tons of plant life that's in there. It's just in the sandy deserts. No, you don't. But there's all like one of the things that's kind of cool about the box set is it talks about the different kinds of desert too. Stony barrens, scrub wastelands and stuff like that. So salt flats, and each of those has different kinds of stuff in there. I don't think the hairs, they're not even plant. Like if it was some kind of fibrous thing, then maybe. But the fact that it is from a living creature, not a plant life.
And I'm not touching the actual stone, so.
Yeah.
Or the earth itself. So basically, Olek will be this like almost in a prayer mode, but then he'll leap out to do some punching or something.
Okay. So then he's trying to like bamboozle them, I guess, eh?
Yeah. So I would actually be yeah, bamboozle. I like it. That's
sure. Yeah. Okay.
That would actually be a.
Do you have a proficiency that you think might apply here? For what I want to know is to see how well you can kind of trick him into thinking that you're praying and in order to get the drop on them.
No.
You got nothing? You got no religion proficiency or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Who built this character? Jesus.
That's for sure.
Okay, then the next thing that happens then, I suppose, is the door is thrown open and one of those guards has his his hand on, or he's got the obsidian longsword drawn, and it's the full complement of them that's standing there behind him. Radaris, you've got the highest initiative or the best initiative right now, and you want to get your sleep spell off?
I do. So can I see if he's being followed in by others, or is it just the one guard?
Yep. No, there's definitely more behind them. It's the full complement, you think?
And so, do I have a line of sight to more than him, or? Do
you need to have line of sight to all of them, or you just need to have line of sight to where the spell goes off?
It doesn't say. It just says where. It says where. I can target a number of creatures that have to be within 30 feet of each other.
Yeah, then that's fine. Yeah, I mean the way there's a guy who does this series of animated videos on YouTube called the Animated Spellbook, and what he talks about is the strategy for using sleep is like find a little hole and then cast through that little hole up to the top point and then zorch everyone within it.
Cool, I love it.
I mean that's for fifth, not for this, but I mean
it's basically similar wording even to.
Yeah, I don't see that you need to necessarily see it. Just it goes off in that area.
Sweet. All right, so I'm gonna roll my.
I mean, the fact that it targets allies as well is that's the balancing factor.
Totally.
Okay, so 2d4 hit dice of monsters.
5.
Here we go. 5 hit dice. Amazing. So you hear boom, 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 as 5 of the 6 guards just drop down unconscious. And what is the manifestation that we see when you're doing this? Or did you... Ooh, because you didn't say you were using somatic concealment.
I did not say I was going to do it because I just, panicked.
Hell yeah.
So he, even though I know I have that non-weapon proficiency.
You could pay, you could spend a force of will to retroactively say you were going to do that and just make your roll. If you
I guess I will only because I might be worried about the other slaves with us.
Okay. There's no one else in your chamber that would see that. It would only be your other 3 companions.
Then I'm not going to worry about it because my thinking is that I really trust my team here to do what needs to be, take these guys out, and I just took out 5 of the 6 of them anyway.
So even though you're not a defiler, the way I see it is that there's power being drawn in as you're casting this. You just do it in a more balanced and ecologically friendly way than what other wizards are. So it would be, to a casual observer, if you didn't know that defilers always use this, leave behind the circle of ash, or they may not know it. So you can picture that you're sort of drawing in that power and then unleashing it. So yeah, this wave of power comes out, and boom, 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 5 of these guards drop down unconscious. The last 2, where there's the one guard and then there's the psionicist. So the guard is... I think I'm going to make a morale check for him, actually.
Cool.
Because that's a pretty staggering thing. He doesn't know whether they're alive or dead. I don't think he would know one way or the other.
I mean, morale checks are one of the best things about the earlier edition.
Totally. Yep, totally agree. Okay, let's see here. No, morale holds. Jeez.
All right.
for him, but let's check the morale for the psionicist. He holds as well, too. These guys, they apparently fear someone more than they fear you guys. So this guard then carries in, and he sees the, I think probably the thing he sees first is Olek. Let's do this, Olek. Why don't you give me a dexterity check? If you're successful, then you get to act before this guy does. That doesn't look...
think that's successful. I think that... I'm looking, I can't remember what my dex is.
Your dex is...
12.
2. No, 12. Okay, so that is... Unless you want to spend a force of will to re-roll, then you are going to act after this guard.
That's fine.
Okay, so this guard comes running in. Your AC is, what, a 10 right now?
Yes.
Okay. Ooh, but he does see this wizard still there, too. And he just kind of... I think definitely you will be the priority target here. So he yells out, "Sorcerer!" And he swings and goes wide. So this obsidian longsword sings through the air, but goes wide. Then it'll be the psionicist who steps in, and oh boy, he's going to use something fun.
Fun for who?
I'm really only concerned with my own, so.
Yeah, I figured that.
But by virtue, I mean, I think you guys as good friends, I'll take pleasure in my joy, so
Yes, we do.
you're vicariously enjoying my fun.
That's true.
Okay, so then I think I need to. Let's see here. Yeah, so he's going to use something on. Sorry, I'm going to check one thing here, guys. Forgive me for having to look this shit up, but yes, I'm not familiar enough with the specific psionic powers to remember what these things do. Oh. Interesting.
Oh.
That's awesome. Okay, so then I think what's going to happen is he steps in and sees you guys there, and he sees this muscular dwarf with his himself freed. First thing he's going to do is he's going to try and attack your mind. So because he gets a chance to, they get to make 2 telepathic attacks here. He is using his ego whip, and your only defense mode is is mind blank, right?
Mind blank, yes.
So he gets +5 to his roll against your defense because of ego whip. So his score. Yeah, let's see here. I get 2 actions here. Okay, so that is... go ahead and roll your... if you're going to manifest your defense, so you can choose not to manifest the defense, but it means that he's going to be able to get through your defense automatically. And in order to get through, he needs to... Let's see here. He needs to succeed 3 times against you. What he does is he has to establish a number of tangents to try and contact your mind. So you can't just automatically do it, but if he gets through it, then you're in trouble.
Okay, so Mind Blank doesn't have a cost listed next to it on the character sheet. I assume that it actually does have a cost, because otherwise, why wouldn't I defend with it?
Oh, I think that maybe I'm... oh, hold on. That may have been my mistake, or maybe it doesn't have a cost. Because it's the...
It's just the generic, center yourself.
Yep, costs nothing. It's unique. Unlike the other defense nodes, it costs nothing to maintain, and it's hard to manifest. I guess that's the balancing factor.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So go ahead.
That's a success.
Nice! Success, and that is a better success than his. So his first, he gets to do 2 so far. He basically lashes out with this shocking amount of psychokinetic force, or not psychokinetic, telepathic force, and your mind just retreats into nothingness, and it misses. So go ahead again. Okay, he barely succeeded, but
That's a miss.
that's a miss. Okay, so then what he gets is, I think it's only one tangent on you. So he let's see here. Tilt back defenses. So you can feel, as before, there is he's beginning to basically pry his way into your mind, and if he gets through, bad shit's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So that is that was it for him. Okay, guys, that is the end of the round. So everyone decide what they want to do next round. There's still one guard that is awake, who is engaged with Radaris, and there is the psionicist as well too. Oop. Okay, I'll not keep that. That was jack dice. Ugh, I rolled a 1.
Oh,
That's.
Oh,
Who's rolling?
Brian is still.
Brian.
He's still 1.
Yeah.
Give us a D10 roll, please.
I got you. 8.
Oh, 8.
So everyone add your action to that.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry, I gotta redact it. It's a round.
Okay. Okay. So then what? Krogok, who hasn't gone? Oh, Olak, what are you doing this round? Nice. Okay. So first up then is the psionicist, or the scion. So he's going to once again try and he lashes out with the same thing. Krog, give me a psionic defense. I rolled a nat 1. You got to roll a nat 1 to.
Nope.
So again, and this time he like tears away part of your defenses too, leaving your mind bare, and you can feel the force of a final attack coming in. Go ahead. I rolled a 3. So let's see. Do I get to automatically make? Okay. When full contact is attacked, the attacker can make no more attacks against that defender. On the next round, he can use any telepathic power. Your defenses, you've been trying to slip and slide and whatnot. It's like he's lassoing you and lashing you down psychically, and you find yourself now completely like raw and subject to his telepathic power. Then it is the guard who goes next, so he's going to try and hack you down again, Radaris. Stand still, half-breed, he says. And he rolls the same thing, he rolls a 4, he misses. So, swings at you, and it is a miss again. Alright, so then who, let's see here, next up will be Radaris.
All right, so well, it's a 1 round, so it's a spell that will go off. I made a mistake of that. I was adding 1, but it was 1 round.
One round, okay, yeah, no problem. So the next up is actually Mix Out. What are you doing?
I'm maybe near or behind the psionist.
No, the psionicist is still standing outside in the doorway. You're the guard who's come in to attack Radaris. He does not seem to have seen you.
Oh.
Take it down.
Okay. I don't have a weapon, but I'm gonna try to punch him from behind.
Okay.
Cool.
So go ahead and give me an attack roll, please.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. 10.
And-
What is his AC? Hold on. Let's see here. His AC is a 6, I think. No, 8, actually. So your THAC0 is what, 20? 18? 19?
My THAC0's 19.
19? Okay, so the 19 minus 8 is an 11 is what you need. Do you have a +1 from your strength? Actually,
Well,
you...
if I'm backstabbing.
Yeah, you're
I
backstabbing,
get
so you got
+4.
+4. Yeah, then you're good. Okay, so that is a hit, and you rolled a 10, which means it is a glancing blow, 1 point of damage, and then go ahead and roll your backstab. Oh, wait, hold on. It's just a multiplier with backstab, isn't it? I
Yeah, I
maybe
think this is.
times 2 damage, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
So you do 2 points of damage as you punch this guy from the back, and he staggers forward, and he looks at like, where did you come from?
Kidney punch.
Kidney punch, indeed. Although he's a halfling, it may have been like a butt punch or dick punch. Krogok, you're up next.
All right.
Reach around.
Am I close enough to charge at the Scion?
I think that you you might draw an attack of opportunity from that guard if you're passing by him.
Seems like that's the lesser of two evils at this point.
Yeah. Okay, then let's see. I'll make an attack for him. That's a little better. So he does actually manage to tag you as you're going past. You only take, though, 4 points of damage, and then you carry on.
Damn.
Okay, so you go racing up towards this sound assist.
Racing up towards the Psionicist, rolling to hit with my short sword.
Here we go.
Strength bonus, dex bonus, misc bonus.
Boom. AC 2 or worse. That is definitely a hit. Go ahead and roll damage. Oh, man, you're going to fucking murder this guy 6 ways from Sunday. 12 damage. So what does it look like as you go racing in and skewer this guy through in your arm?
Oh, I just, kind of, because I'm a dwarf, so I start low, like, towards the groin and just rip upwards with the sword, and then... Assuming that I kill him. Do I actually kill him?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So rip upwards, guts going everywhere. Aha! Time for the halfling to taste some Scion.
Okay. And as you see the light, because you're facing him as you're doing this too, as you see the light go from his eyes, that connection to your mind just disappears.
Yep.
And your mind is once again your own. Okay, then it is Oleg.
So yeah, Oleg moves forward and tries to slap a hand on the guard to cause light wounds to him.
Nice. Go ahead and make an attack roll. Ooh, 12. That'd be good enough. So go ahead and roll damage for cause light wounds. Ooh. Is it 8 plus 1 or does 8?
I think it's just 8. I think I wrote it down somewhere. Yep, 8.
Just 8? Okay, cool. What does it look like? What is your version of it? Did you like dehydrate him, or do you...
Well, it's purplish energy that kind of weighs off of him. Kind of hits him with an impact, kind of like one of those almost invisible ones that you feel like base or something.
Yeah. So this is going to utterly kill him. He's sort of like... Oh, and as he kind of drifts back, he's coughing sand out because it's filled his lungs with it. And then
his head explodes.
What I will say is, I will give you his eyes. The aqueous and vitreous humor in his eyes transforms into sand.
Okay.
And he drops down, almost like a chunk of stone falling down. You guys stop, and I think Mixow, you're the first one to do this. You pause for a moment to listen. Did anyone hear? And what you hear is the sound of shouting from everywhere in the caravan, and you can hear kind of tunk, 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 tunk of something hitting the outside of the walls.
Huh.
And we'll find out what that is in a moment. I just want to take a quick 5-minute break here, guys, just to take Anna outside. She's tooting up a storm right now, and it's basically a chemical attack in here, so...
And just to let you know, the end of... So I cast armor on myself in that one round. That was the spell.
Nice! Oh, that's awesome. Hold those up closer.
So these are the old school
Love
second
it.
edition spell cards with the info on this helmet.
So cool, so cool. Awesome. Okay, cool. So we'll be back in just a minute or so, folks. Well, not a minute, 5 minutes or so.
Okay, so far we're still alive. I've got 2 spells left and one's a cantrip, so not much in the way of resources.
So I might actually watch the ball drop. I want to see if my wife wants to. We're like 15 minutes out. Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. Let's see. Hey, we got a ton of folks in chat. Hey, guys.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody. Happy New Year's to everyone.
That's coming up.
Yes,
Now,
George.
you guys are coming up on New Year's.
What's that?
You guys are coming up on New Year's now.
We... Not here. No. It's another hour.
Right.
Yeah, I'm in Mountain. I think
but see,
Arlen and...
Yeah, almost.
Arlen, right?
And
I'm flipped now because I'm usually on the West Coast.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm 1 hour in from Kevin's, and so I'm thinking of 1 hour different. But I'm 2 hours different. But Arlen,
Hey, Greg! Jeez, it's all the ghosts of Christmas past here. Greg, I got your message on the thing, too. I apologize. Yeah, we miss you at the table as well, too. And, George, I got your message and your generous donation as well, too. Maybe now's a good time to talk about the this being the last 24 hours to make donations to get in on the raffle for tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, I'll do the draw for the raffle for the Platinum Edition of the Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus box set and the other things that are there. The Pathfinder 2nd Edition Core Rulebook and the Pathfinder 2nd Edition Bestiary and the Starfinder Character Operations Manual. Is that what it's called? I think so. The new section.
Yes.
So, yeah. Hobbs is already yawning. Jeez.
well, I was like, oh man, I should have taken this bet now.
Nice.
I'm just gonna drop off.
Jeff's here too. Hey, Jeff. That's pretty great, James. What's shaking? Oh man, we got someone in here. That's great. Great. Hope everyone's having a good New Year's Eve. I've yet to kill anybody, so clearly I'm slacking. Just check and see what Anna Banana's doing. Actually, while we're waiting for Hobbs, I'm just going to... Oh, Hobbs may be waiting for midnight because it's almost midnight his time.
Oh, that's true.
yeah, he said he was gonna check if his wife wanted to watch the actual ball drop.
Mm-hmm. Brian, what time zone are you in?
I'm in the Pacific time zone.
Oh, nice.
okay.
So it's quite a while for you still.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
I don't know. I'm 60, 75 miles from the ocean.
Oh, cool.
Mm.
Nice. You'll be the
Rains
last.
a lot here.
Oh,
Yeah.
are you in the Northwest?
Yeah, I lived on Southern Oregon,
Oh,
just
cool.
north of the California border.
Yep, totally. That's a nice area.
Awesome.
There's a lot of trees.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Okay. Okay, so what? Let's have Oleg is sort of recovering from that spell at this moment. What are you guys doing? You can hear the sound of things thunk 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 on the outside, and there's panic in the rest of the caravan.
Do we have? I'm assuming that we have no idea what that sound might have been. We just hear is it sound like heavy? Like
Give me let's see here. I think. Everyone, give me a wisdom check, and I'm going to give everyone a -5 to it except for Krogok, because he's a fighter.
Yeah. So I would get an 11.
Okay. Krogok for sure knows it's a sound of arrows hitting the outside of it. Yeah, you'd know that. You've been on the receiving end while holding a shield, I think, of that sound.
Okay. Well, if Krog lets us know that that's what he thinks it is.
Yep.
So does I think let's hear Radaris. Why don't you give me an? You speak Elvish, right?
I do.
Yeah, give me an intelligence check, please.
Okay.
I'm pretty certain you're gonna succeed.
Well, now I'm gonna fail. What, right? Oh my god.
Nice. Okay. So what you get is it is a, let's see here. You can hear a voice outside that is speaking, and the voice is speaking in common, in the kind of like the Tablelands common, but the accent is Elvish. You can tell it's an Elvish voice that's speaking, and what the voice says is, "The Juradai are not slaves. Your king must release our people, or all of his caravans will perish in the desert." and I think like Krog, I'm assuming you've finished. You're not concentrating on your arm, your body weaponry anymore.
No, not. I think I'm basically at a point. So
Oh,
I
you're
might
almost
as well
tapped
let
out.
it
Shit.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so your hand transforms back to normal. The guards who are sleeping, what were you guys doing? I will give you time to deal with them to just slit their throats if you want.
Yeah, that's what I
Yep.
think that would be the objective.
Yeah, so you skewer each of them.
So they had obsidian scimitars, or what were their
obsidian long swords.
long swords? So anybody who needs a blade.
So the obsidian longsword will do. Sorry, it's obsidian short swords. The obsidian short sword attacks at -2 and does 1d6 -1 damage. And there's more than enough for each of you guys to take one.
I guess I would take one anyway for two purposes. One, that I might actually be able to do something with it, even if it's just sort of defend myself, but more importantly, to not make it stand out that, oh, I don't need a weapon because maybe I'm a wizard.
Yeah.
So I will definitely grab one as well.
Okay. All right. So then, as you guys are sort of getting yourself armed and ready to go back into the rest of the caravan, for one thing, you realize it's not moving any longer.
Okay.
And you heard that voice. You basically, as soon as you hear that, what you hear from elsewhere in the caravan or in the wagon is you hear people screaming out, "You can't stop them, MacLeod wagon! They stopped us! We're doomed!"
Don't trust any of these people. Hopefully these are elves that will be on our side, but you never know.
Then you hear the sound of thunder from somewhere near the front of the wagon. And then you hear that same voice, the initial voice again. And you like everyone, no one is really paying attention to you guys at this point because clearly something else has their attention.
Yeah.
What the voice that says again, "Leave now, taking nothing with you, or we will burn you out."
I think we should run for it.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I'm going to guess Oleg will be on board for this idea.
Yeah, we're seeing Oleg is coming with you. So,
Yeah.
As soon as you guys either hazard a glance outside, or you actually try and leave the caravan, and it seems as if no one else is putting up a fight here, or not leaving the wagon at least, guys. This is what you see. Hundreds of elves
Oh, wow.
have surrounded the caravan.
Mm-hmm.
It is the burning heat of day at this point as well, and as you're making your way out, where do you think you're going to get out here? It looks like there's things at the side.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. And I think along the way...
Exits are over here. Sorry, now I see it.
Oh, okay. Sounds great. That's even closer. I'm sure that we won't be able to find this, but just in case, I'm just looking as we go for any water skin type, or clay jar, anything with that might have in it. I'm just gonna look for some and grab whatever I can.
The main thing there, the cargo hold, that is likely to have a lot of. The kitchen. Kitchen is where the water is.
How far is that from us?
Kitchen is this one over here. E.
Uh-huh. And these are 10 feet squares, or?
They are 5 feet square. 3 feet.
5 feet.
1 square is 3 feet. That's bizarre.
All right. I know that is strange. I think I would try to. Well, I could. You know what they did it? Why they did it? Because a lot of the spells are in yards.
Oh, totally.
So it makes it easy to. All right. I think then if I feel like I have. No, I think I need to risk it because it'd be dangerous for us. I'm gonna try to go there and grab whatever I can carry for the group.
Okay. What about Mixow and Krog? Oh, and Happy New Year's, Arlen.
Yay!
Hey!
You made it.
I think I'm gonna stand at like kind of still in the shadow, but able to look out at the entrance and kind of just keep watch for if the elves are gonna make an attack or anything like
Sure.
that. To
So I think Radaris, you get a chance to speak to kind of look in on the caravan. You're passing people like either other slaves or other members of the the wagon who will running past you in a panic to try and get out of here. You get into the kitchen and you're able to grab, I think, 2 quarts of water.
I'll take it.
You could bring more, like if you want to bring for everyone, you could probably get about 8 quarts.
I would try to bring it for everyone. I feel like these are the only people I know that I can trust, and it's very difficult for me to trust anybody. So I'm gonna do what I can to help out these new comrades of mine.
So when you run into the, because the elves actually storm in here fairly quickly. And Krog, what do you do as you're probably the one? Krog and Mixow are closer to the door that the elves would be coming in. They're in before Radaris gets back. Do you intend to try and fight these guys, or are you just sort of like going along with whatever they say?
gonna try to stand back and out of the way as much as possible.
Okay. One of them says to you in the like Tablelands Common with an elven accent, 2 weapons, 2 quarts of water. And he sort of shoves you in the direction of the caravan, the cargo hold. So when you're sort of, the reason you're only able to retrieve that 8 is that's all they're going to let you bring. You may have been able to grab a whole bunch more. You're like, haha, we're set. Because there's a 500 quart, is it quart or gallon? 500 gallon jug of water in there with 21 quart vessels. So you're kind of like, aha. And when the elves, though, come in, they're like 2 each.
That's gonna take 2, and or I'll grab enough for everybody. I'll grab 8 and make it clear that these are for the 4.
Yeah. When you poked your head,
And by the way, I'm gonna speak to them in Elvish whenever I encounter them.
Okay. So one of the things about elves is it's sort of that, that stereotype, the stereotype that they have about Rom. Where they're like, it's us against other bands, but all of us against non-Rom. That's sort of how elves are in this setting, is that, like, the tribes are not friendly with each other necessarily. If you're not of the Juradai, they're not going to give 2 shits about, or especially if you're a half-elf.
Yeah, that's true.
But they will take, you're still speaking, they sort of snort and then say in Elvish, 2 quarts, 2 weapons.
Got it.
Okay. What you also notice is that in the cargo hold, so one of the things they were transporting, because there are fairly... What is this here? Hold on. Where are you going from? Give me 1 sec here, guys. I want to check. Okay. Okay, I just want to check one thing. I think that you guys are coming from Uruk, but one of the things that what's in the hold is something I would have expected to find in Tyr, not in Uruk. No, you are coming from Uruk. Uruk has like legendary iron mines in them, which is one of the reasons why it's such a successful warriors thing. But what you find in the cargo hold is like rows of obsidian weaponry. There is obsidian bastard swords, obsidian short swords, obsidian daggers, and obsidian battle axes. So if any of those appeal to you, I know the
I'll take a dagger.
The short sword, you grab a dagger as well? Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not proficient in anything but that.
Okay, so it's 1d4, 1d4 minus 1 damage, and it's minus 2 to hit. Because of the obsidian.
That's for small and large, it's 1d4 minus 1, or is it 1d3 minus 1?
Oh, shit, yeah, right, hold on, that's right. I think it's actually 1d2 against large, but let's double check that. 1d3 versus large.
Yeah.
That's right, it's one of my favorite things about AD&D.
Yeah.
Different damage against different size things. So, Krog and Mixow. Mixow, you've got a short sword right now that you took. Do you want to grab an obsidian dagger as well?
if I had made it into following in Ryderis into to go for the water, and I had a chance to get a weapon, I would get the biggest one I could for the dwarf fighter. Because I've got a short sword, I think I'm good.
Okay, okay. So then, yeah,
He was fine.
the biggest one is probably a bastard sword. So an obsidian bastard sword, and Krog, that would do in one hand 1d8 versus small and medium targets, 1d12, and then -1 damage to each of those for being made of obsidian. And then two-handed, it does 2d4 versus small and medium, and 2d8 versus large. Again, -1 to each of those. And then it's -2 to hit as well.
Can I wield it one-handed? Is it...
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, because you're not...
But I might as well use it two-handed because I don't have a shield or anything.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you are, you're actually like 5 feet tall. Like, dwarves in Dark Sun are actually a little bigger than they are in other AD&D settings.
Cool, cool.
There is, unfortunately, no armor on any of them, and I don't think they're going to let you go with armor anyway. Plus, I'm assuming you don't want to put on the guard's armor and be mistaken for the guards.
I have no.
Okay.
If you put it on, like 30 arrows, just like take you down.
What you missed is this. Your caravan has been set upon by elves. Hundreds of them.
Nice.
You have been given one option. You can die, or you can take 2 weapons and 2 quarts of water and try and make your way back. Now, you guys do, in sort of the time that they're sort of getting everyone out of here and letting you grab that stuff, you guys do have an opportunity to do anything else in, like, within reason in here that you may think of as well, too. You are currently going to find yourself, you don't know what route this caravan is taking through the desert. None of you guys are rangers. Is there anything else you can think of that you might want to do?
I mean, if there's anything that would help us navigate, so whether those like maps on hide or compass, kinds of devices or something that just might help us figure out where to, because I know the elves aren't going to help us, so anything like that I look for.
So, let's see here.
Seems unlikely, but
Trying to decide if any of you guys would have. I don't think any of you would have experience with merchant caravans, so maybe. Where would you think you'd look for that, Radar?
I think I would go to the front, to wherever I think they steer it.
Sure.
The caravan itself. So, I mean, that's where those decisions need to be made.
You're half-elf, right?
I'm a half-elf, and I was thinking that I was kind of raised in a traveling, performance.
Yeah. Okay. So one of the things you might... anyone have, like, navigation or...
Well, I have survival in sandy wastes.
Yeah, give me a proficiency check for that, please.
Okay. There you go.
Nice. Okay, great. So what you know is that, like, one of the ways that these caravans keep people enslaved is the people who know where they're going. Like, obviously they don't want to travel regular routes because that makes it easy pickings for, merchants and stuff like that. They try and go off the beaten path and whatever. But another reason for doing that is that if you don't know where the fuck you are in the middle of the blasted deserts of Athos, then, like, even if you escape, where are you going? Like, you don't even know where you are. One of the only people who would know that is the captain.
Okay.
They might know where the actual map is. So what you actually find in D is the captain's quarters. But let's see here. Okay, so you get in there, and what you find... Let's see, I'm trying to find the... I find the chance for finding secret doors. I know that there's ones that you don't have to actually look for them.
Yeah.
But
I think it's generally a 1 in 6. Or that's not true. That's a 1E thing. I don't remember what it is for 2E/Dark
yeah, I
Zone.
don't remember if it's a proficiency check of some kind or like a wisdom check of some kind. There's one more page I'm going to look at, and forgive me for over the players and also for those listening at home. Because we're playing a lot of AD&D second in the coming year, I'd sooner just look it up right now because
Learn it once and we'll use it every time.
Bingo.
Or relearn it.
Yeah.
Or we'll learn how we were doing it wrong
Yeah.
when we were kids.
Okay, that was surprise. What are you doing here? Come on, secret doors. Where are you? They're secret. They're hidden on me.
That's right.
The irony of this is not lost on me. Fucking
Take a
game.
roll.
Okay. Let's see here. Technically visible. Okay. I cannot find the actual rules for finding the secret door. So,
Yeah, the only section I can find is in the DMG.
yeah, I'm at there 130. Yeah.
No, well, I got one of. I'm right now. I'm using the newer.
Oh, okay.
section.
Okay.
So it's on page 170.
Yeah, and I think that's mostly a verbatim kind of rehashing.
Sure
I'm gonna look in one more place and then I'm gonna make it up because.
Yeah. Okay. Normally, when a character discovers a secret door, no. Okay, sorry.
Okay, that's not there. Secret doors. Okay.
It seems like there's no role. It's like a matter of searching.
Of searching and finding it. That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so then the advantage is that you can just spot secret doors without having to actually look for it.
Yeah, because for example, it says
Merely passing a 10 feet. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I love that. Okay. So then, yeah. If when you get into this room, what you find that is like evident in here is the personal belongings and whatnot of, of everything there, and then there is underneath the bunk, you find a safe.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I know who to call for help with this.
Okay. So you call Mixal. So Mixal, you join up with Radaris in this quarters, and the quarters is full of, it's got some correspondence. There's ways of tracking the supplies and stuff like that, and there's some personal correspondence in there. And you guys find when you walk in there, Mixal, you find that underneath the bunk where the captain of the wagon has been sleeping, there is a safe in there. But Radaris has not opened it up.
Because I can't. Did not take that spell.
Do you test it?
Do I?
Radaris?
I go?
Yeah.
No, it's a trap. It's obviously a trap meant to lure me in. Not falling for it.
Okay. Okay, Mixal, what are you doing then?
I will take a look at it.
Okay, so hold on. That's actually not... You don't make that roll. I make that roll? Because it is a secret.
I love secret rolls.
Let's see here. Yeah, me too. Me too. Let's see here. Halfling Thief. Awesome. Oh, your find remove traps is not huge.
No, it's one of the lower ones.
However, you know what? You actually... Mixal, you actually find that there is a trap on here. There's a very, very... Like, when you turn it along, there's a very thin little bit of sharpened... like chitin on the inside, or bone, and you sort of dab it with, you look on the desk and you find a little bit of a little slip of maybe paper or parchment or something, and you run it along it, and there's a little bit of wetness along the side. So this thing is poisoned. You do think with that, you did roll well enough that I think that you've got a way to sort of open this thing without exposing yourself to the poison, though.
Our overseer was quite sneaky. He's laced this trap with some type of poison. I believe I can open it. Give me one moment.
So his little tiny hands are moving incredibly dexterously, like a pair of insects moving across this thing. And then he turns it and it pops open, and you're able to see what is inside. And within, you find 25 silver pieces. So remember the units of normally what your currency is ceramic pieces in this. It's clay baked, pieces of pottery that have markings of the different cities on it, and then they can also be broken up into bits. It's the purchasing power of what a gold is. Of what gold normally is in traditional D&D. That's what a ceramic piece buys you. A silver piece is worth 10 times that amount. So this is effectively 250 gold pieces. It's 250 silver, and there is a scroll, a bone case containing a map. If you bear with me a sec, I'll send you the picture of the map.
I grab the map and the scroll and I hand it to Ryderis behind me.
Nice.
And I ask him if he can find a sheet or something, because there's some coins here that I'd like to abscond with, since I'm not really a fan of being a broken slave.
Yeah. So what do you say, Ryderis?
We'll look at these after we get outside. I want to show it to everybody because I don't really know what I'm talking about, and I also am getting concerned that the elves are going to get, frustrated with us and burn this thing to the ground anyway.
Yeah. Do you want to conceal the map of the scroll case on yourself?
Actually, that is a great idea. Yes, I do want to do that.
Okay.
I will stick it out. No, wait. I will.
Where was that sentence going?
That's a Pulp Fiction reference.
Prison keister, or the prison wallet.
Yeah.
Keister.
Like a pocket watch. So yes, I will attempt to conceal it beneath my kind of performer's outfit.
Sure. Yeah. Give me a dexterity check, please.
Dexterity. Okay.
Yeah.
My dex is pretty good.
You can count your dex as two higher because of Mixow's help.
Sweet. So
right. His clever thief's eyes.
Oh, yes. Made
wow, huge. Yeah, then there's no chance. They don't even think to search you. You're being so nonchalant that they're not even going to bother searching you.
Jeez.
Pretty good. Okay. So then what is happening with Oleg while this is all going on?
What? I guess... Am I muted? No.
No, I can hear you.
Yay.
We hear the melodious sound of your voice.
Oh.
Sonorous right now, maybe.
Cold damage in the desert.
Oh, and Happy New Year's too, Hobbs.
Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Happy New Year.
And to you folks.
Thank you.
I don't even know what kind of weapons I can use, first of all.
You are a... Yeah, Dark Sun Cleric. So the Dark Sun stuff, if I remember correctly, is located, or is restricted more to, like, types of materials, more so than, like, bludgeoning weapons only. But let me double check that in a sec here. Actually, George, you got your Dark Sun books there, right? Would you mind taking a look and seeing what... I'm just loading up that map right now, so I want to...
I'm right on it.
Okay, let me... And I'll load this sucker up for you guys. I think I may have... Oh, what's going on here? Come on. Boom, there we go. And again, it loaded sideways. Apparently, I cannot work a phone. So... Fucking dummy. Fucking dummy. Okay, so, this is what the map looks like, fellas. Yeah, it's probably big enough. Tell me if it's too small, too big. And here we go. Boom.
Oh, we've made it to the map.
So how it says.
So the cool thing about Elemental Plane of Earth clerics is that they are usually the best armed since they can use stone and metal in their weapons. They may use any weapon listed in the player's handbook.
Badass. You can use anything.
Yep.
It's blurry.
Yep.
That's on purpose.
That is how it looks in things. What the words are on here is Uruk up here,
Uh-huh.
North over here, Oasis over here, and Cled over here. Krog, would you mind giving me a wisdom check and count your wisdom as 3 lower?
Do you want me to do that instead of, because I have navigation?
Yeah, go ahead and make a navigation check, actually. Let's see.
Okay,
By that.
my navigation is not that good, but
Well.
I have it.
Is it better than your...
Oh, nice.
Oh, badass. Okay, so, actually, you know what? You, where is it here? You actually, the name Cled means something to you. Cled is actually a dwarven community that was founded a little more than 100 years ago by a another old dwarf, and this is one of those, like, periodic archaeological kind of expeditions that happen in Dark Sun, where, like, something will have been dug up in the sands and someone decides it's important to their people and they go and try and undertake this. That's a pretty darn good roll too, so I will tell you that it is someone there's an old dwarf who started this thing, who apparently is still there, and he has the theory is that the ruins are something to do with a lost dwarven city. And there isn't really, like, that's kind of crazy talk. There's not really, like, you know, racial cities that are built. There's the Sorcerer King's cities. There are the ruins that are found out there too, and then there's the communities that are built by, you know, the elves or the elves don't. They are nomadic, but the dwarven communities, the halflings that live in the forest, in the Ringing Mountains, the far side of the Ringing Mountains. So yeah, so you know what to expect at Cled. Cled is a non-hostile community.
Seems like we should go there.
If you guys can make it there, then you know,
Like it.
yeah. So when you guys are, assuming you guys don't fight the any of the elves, then what you find when you get outside is this. Oop. Hold on. What you find is that when the 4 of you stagger out, you can see that some of the surviving guards and some of the surviving slaves, they're all have collected sort of what you guys have as well, and they're all heading off in kind of different directions. There seems to have been, you know, kind of like factions, as it were, that you know, the guards are only going with the guards. They don't want anyone else to come with them. Some of the slaves are trying to band together and go off, but I think between having an elf and a halfling in your group, they maybe are not super keen on going with you guys, even if you approach them. So it appears that it will be you guys heading off into the desert on your own. So to let you know sort of where or what to expect going forward here. Water weighs 8.3 pounds per gallon. So if you guys are each carrying a gallon of water, it is 16.6 pounds. Fortunately, you guys have no other gear, really. And Hobbs, what you could have grabbed is a bastard sword, an obsidian battle axe, an obsidian short sword, or an obsidian dagger. You can grab 2 of those. They'll allow you to have 2 of those.
And we can each take 2 quarts of water, right? So we're only at a half a gallon.
Yeah, 2 quarts of water each.
So 8 pounds.
Yeah.
8.
But you guys require 1 gallon of water per day.
per day. Yeah. We're
So
already
basically, you got a day's ration of water. You can reduce it by half by moving only at night. I think maybe this is Krog who's filling this information in. Oh, who's got survival? You got survival as well, too.
Oh, yeah,
right?
I have, yeah.
Yeah. So this may be any of you, and Oleg, I'm assuming that you, because of your sort of, the nomadic thing that you sort of set up and traveling the wilderness that you set up before, you're aware of this, the requirements of traveling in the wilds. The requirements can be reduced by half by moving only at night and resting in the shade during the day. At midnight on the first day, without enough water, you begin suffering the effects of dehydration. Any character who had less than half the required amount suffers a temporary loss of 1d6 constitution points. If the character has between half and all the necessary water, the loss is only 1d4. If you had your full amount of water, you don't suffer any dehydration loss.
Now, I know you hate these kind of rules, Kev, but
they're-
I think we can go with them.
There's a reason I was so happy to get back to Darkstone. I'm like, how can I make wilderness travel even shittier?
Exactly.
Brutal blazing heat, and there's a reason I didn't make anyone, any of the NPCs NPCs, any of the pre-gens a Thri-Kreen, because they have dramatically reduced water requirements,
Yeah.
and half giants have dramatically increased. They require 4 gallons a day.
Right.
Yeah, so
All right.
all right,
Well,
guys.
we're cut out for us. We're gonna have to try to find water on the way, or else we're
So
not gonna make.
now here's the downside: if you travel at night, it is more dangerous. You are more likely, the chance of having a random encounter is higher.
It might be worth the risk, considering that we go during the day. We need twice as much water.
You want to see the handy illustration that helps, that is intended to be set up in front of you? And I'll point it to you. These things have little standees in them too, so like you're supposed to set this out on the table and like flip it to the things.
Yeah.
I love it so much.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, they're also, because of that, they're also fucking railroady. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Different times, right?
Yeah.
So this is the illustration I'm supposed to hold up to illustrate how brutal the travel, sweltering in your.
Yeah.
I don't know how this. So everyone's in loincloths except for this dude. This dude somehow got a pair of pants, and no weapon as well too. Everyone else is like, grab weapons, grab water. I got pants.
That guy's fancy.
Yeah. Well, this is a fairly accurate reflection of a PC group, actually, to be honest. So, that is what is before you guys. What when do you bring the map out?
Once we're far enough away that I don't think that it'll be spotted by anybody else.
Okay.
That's not our group. And I'll also, approach Krog and say, do you have any idea how far these places are on this?
Let me see here. It is about, I don't know, 5 pages away?
Oh. Let's see. Translate that.
Oh, hold on. Is Cled on the map? Let me see here.
I don't see it.
I think Cled got added in the 2nd edition box set because of this. God, I love this map so much.
That's cool.
It is, like, this thing, it's so beautiful. Go on, George, show off with your cloth one.
I didn't bring, so because I'm traveling, I had to really restrict what I
Oh,
brought.
of course, yeah, right.
So I did bring the paper one, but I did not bring the cloth one.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that cloth one is so awesome. Just as a tactile handout for players. Oh man,
It really gives the vibe of the setting.
totally. Okay, let's see here. Well, I guess there's another thing. So as you're walking away and you're sort of getting the map out and talking this over, you can see that the wagon itself is completely scorched. There's a black tendril of smoke going up. You can also see that the what seems to have happened to the MacLeods is there is a scorch mark that runs like a line through the two of them and splitting the massive beam that was used as sort of the whatever you call harness to sort of hook them up. I think Radaris, you would recognize this as a fairly common expression of fairly powerful magic.
Yeah.
Of
Okay.
you know, like zorching this thing through with some kind of arcane magic,
Do I
arcane
see any-
lightning.
Do I see any ash in the area, or?
You see, I think, like glassified sand from
Okay.
where it struck on the far side.
Okay. I'll point it out to the rest of the party just in case anybody else wants to see it.
Yeah.
But I'm glad to know it was for preservers, as far as I can tell.
Oh, you're trying to say, Oh, 1 second here. I can tell you. I think they're defilers, actually.
Aha. I do have spellcraft, but technically it doesn't apply here because I'm supposed to be seeing the spell as it's cast.
Yeah. Oh,
But-
it is definitely. You know, that's common sense enough, though. Especially if we've established that you're part of the Veiled Alliance, then
Yeah.
that would definitely be. Yeah, you can see that there is a fairly sizable. Then maybe that's also what informed what spell it was too, because the size of the area, given the terrain, it's a pretty powerful spell.
Okay,
relatively
cool.
speaking.
So we definitely don't want to be with these people.
No. So then, what are you guys thinking? To reach Cled, because what was your roll for survive or for navigation? It was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, 5 out of.
Oh yeah, I beat it by 7. Holy smokes. Okay, then
We're all in agreement that Cled makes the most sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
let's just say it's a few days. Because
Okay.
you're not, like, you know where Cled is in relation to where you are right now, but you don't necessarily know precisely how far it's going to be.
Okay.
Right, and in these things too, like depending on the terrain you're moving through, it might be difficult to judge.
Right.
So I guess the next question is then is whether you. Well, here's some other options for you too, because you guys would know this. You could try and make your way. See that dotted line? That would be one of the like King's Roads. Or Sorcerer King's Roads that would be traveling. So that would be an easier thing to navigate because you're not going to worry about getting lost. However, it also means there's going to be more traffic on it.
Do we
So-
move faster or require less water or anything?
You would move faster by virtue of the fact that you're less likely to get lost, but you know, the merchant houses tend to keep these secret routes in mind. So they may be, you know, what you might encounter on making your way back is further, you know, things. Or you could just set off into the waste yourself and try and find the road. But the roads themselves would be more heavily traveled than the others. So
Okay.
that is the risk that would be there. You could also, once the caravan finishes burning, you could always go back and try and recover whatever extra stuff you could. Though the likelihood of finding, I mean, I'll leave it to you to judge the likelihood of whether you find something useful.
Yeah. I mean, I think you guys probably know better than I do what we should do here, but I feel like we should stay off the road. You know, people just pretend to be, you know, innocent caravans, probably filled with Templar spies. You know, you can't trust anybody. So I'd rather just go off on our own. But if you guys think the road's better, I'll do what you guys go along with what you guys think.
So the advice they give here is to find this in relation to the map of Uruk. And it is not super helpful. There's no scale on this little
Yeah.
crude map, right? So,
I mean,
see here, 1, 2.
as the crow flies, it looks like 100 miles or something between Tyr and Uruk. Maybe more, maybe 120.
5, yeah. Does put you kind of in the middle of the great alluvial sand wastes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's pretty far, yeah. Like you, so if you get back to the road, what your options are is to then head south. Let's see here. So this is the map here, guys. Uruk, wow, jeez. Uruk is up there. You're somewhere in here. Whoop. Uruk's up there. I'm in here.
Yeah.
And you are somewhere in the middle of these wastes here. If you move back to the road, the nearest way down here is to Silver Spring. That's a long distance down. Like, it's way down this thing here.
Yeah.
The other option is to try and get down there and then to head towards Tyr, or I guess towards Rom. Yeah, like carrying on to Kled is likely, if what your destination is going to be a community, Kled is the closest thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Seems like, and just going a straight shot to it seems like it makes the most sense.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, and let me quickly check the travel in Darshon. I think because you got a dwarf with you, you're moving a little slower.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a halfling too.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, yeah. No, I stand corrected.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I will not take all this blame.
Right?
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that everybody is
That's
at the right pace.
Okay.
A bit of house cleaning. I do have that 25 gold pieces, and I shove it down my pants, or the 25 silver pieces.
Silver pieces, yeah.
Yeah, silver. And I've given that big bastard sword to Krogok.
Okay.
And 2 water, and I have 2 water. And since we're talking, I say it would be nice to travel by the road, but I think maybe the best and fastest route to Kled
Okay. So
might be the wisest right now.
your rate of travel is going to be about 6 miles a day, guys. Because of the... so it's about a hex per day is the rate you'll be traveling. So that's a long time in the desert. God, I love this setting. This is so great. It's just like old times, guys.
exactly. It's just really hot instead of really cold.
I apparently have 2 modes. I have Lost in the Wilderness and it's cold, and I have Lost in the Wilderness and it's hot.
Exactly.
This is the wide variety of campaigns that I offer on the Dungeon Musings
and
channel.
we're still gonna somehow get shipwrecked.
There are silt skimmers.
It's true.
Oh man. So how about a sandboat? Okay, so then, yeah, I mean it'll probably be a few days to get to Kled at the very least. Does anyone have find water as a proficiency?
Let's see if a really forgiving DM gave us anybody that. Let's see.
It does seem
I
like.
have etiquette. That's
I'll talk to the cacti.
I don't know.
Water find? No, no one's got water find.
I just have survival sandy waste.
I'll bet you I know who's got that fucking mule gladiator that I made. So you guys have Will to thank for how thirsty you will be.
Damn it.
Will, I love Will's like, I can't make it too early and I'll be too drunk too late, so...
No, it's a good line. No, I think it's fair that he couldn't make it.
Okay, so then, yeah, I guess you guys are heading out into the wilderness. Okay, so then, the next question I have, guys, is whether you are traveling during the day or whether you are traveling at night.
So, according to the rules, if we travel during the day, we are going to each take a d4 of con damage because we do not have enough. Right? 2 cords is not enough. That's half of what we need. So, we'll take a d4 instead of a d6.
Yep.
If we travel at night, we won't take any con damage.
But the chances of a random encounter are double,
Are
basically.
higher.
Yeah.
Okay. So, that's... I mean, it's an absolute... con damage, and that reduces our hit points, etc. Now I'm being metagaming, but
No, that's fine. That's like
I'm translating this. I'm saying this in
Yeah.
the what makes sense within the universe.
yeah.
But just for sake of time, of real time, I'm saying I think we're actually guaranteed to lose hit points, and so good.
okay.
Night
Oleg
sounds-
says night, no question.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know you got the. I think there's 2 moons in Dark Sun.
Yeah.
Ral and Guthay, right?
Oh, I didn't remember that. That's good. That sounds right.
Just because my head is full of useless shit. That is not something to be proud of. It's something to be ashamed of.
It's not cool.
Okay, so then, all right. So then the first, I guess you guys, what do you do to sort of make shade during the day?
Oh, that's a great question. Is there any rocky?
You guys are currently in sandy wastes, I'll say.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. So you can make a survival check.
I'm not gonna look in Oleg's direction at the moment. Anybody got any suggestions?
What was that? That health fad? The what do you call it when you're sunning your ass? Like last month, there was the news about.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah,
It's because you're not doing your ass, you're tanning your that area right between your
It's just,
and anus.
yeah.
I missed that.
Look at our face.
Strange ways of worship in the deserts of Athens.
I guess I was gonna use my clothes as shade. That's why.
Okay, it works for me. All right, so then, how was your survival check?
I can make one now.
Same here.
Let's go. One success.
Nice. Okay. So yes, you guys are able to find enough. You string enough stuff together. You know, you maybe grabbed something, a piece of canvas or whatnot, from the thing while you were leaving. You guys set that out, and having given some distance between yourself and the caravan, you are able to what do you call it? You are able to find, wait out the worst part of the day, sipping on water carefully as you do. When the evening comes, we find yourself having not, although, yeah, I'll say between the water you had in the morning. Did you spring your attack in the morning, or did you spring it in the evening?
So what Mixhouse had suggested was that after we ate breakfast, that we would do our attack. So seems
okay,
like
so then I think I'll say you guys have had your ration of water today, so you're not going to suffer dehydration. But tomorrow you're only going to have a half ration. So you set out. The moons of Athos rising above you, and you were able to get some distance without any incident.
And what I can't remember actually. What are the rules for locating water? I mean, obviously the only possibility is an oasis or something. So, is it just that we keep a lookout for like that?
There is there's a find water proficiency, or water find proficiency, which is sort of like scrounging. It's desert survival knowledge, I guess. One second here, because they do make it a thing separate from waterfront. Even the most barren desert yields water to those who know how to find it. Find water can be used only once per day and takes an hour to perform. During this time, the character can only move half as far as normal. A successful check indicates he has found sufficient water for himself for one day. It does not mean that he has found enough to rehydrate. He just will not dehydrate any further.
Okay.
Brutal.
Yeah. So, what are the rules in general for second edition on using non-weapon proficiency that you actually don't have? You can't do it. Is that the rule?
Yes.
I actually don't know. Or do you have just have the penalty modifier? Yeah.
No, I would. No, there's not, because the penalty modifier you see in the books, that's what your starting proficiency score is when you are proficient in it. And I mean, there's certain things that I would say, like, yeah, you know that, but finding water is one of those like secret things that desert tribes would know. This isn't a matter of like, oh, I find an oasis and I can drink that water. It's a matter of like, I know this plant, I can wring it out and get certain water out of it. I know where it'll bloom in the evening, so I'll know where to look for it. It's that kind of stuff, rather than just the,
very specialized knowledge.
Yeah, and I don't think any of you guys have. If you don't have water find proficiency, then you don't. And then and actually, Brian, they modify a bunch of the spells from like water creation and stuff like that. Like all that stuff is either gone or dramatically reduced. So it's the magic in Athos is not, you can't just like rely on your magic to get yourself through. Okay, so then that on the second day, you guys all knowingly are scarfing down the last of your water. And I need each of you to kindly, when midnight rolls around, each of you kindly give me a D4 roll. That is how many points of Constitution you lose.
Okay, come on. Low roll. Oh, nice, Oleg.
Okay. So, and guys, take a look at the player's handbook and see if your Constitution has dropped to the point where you lose your hit point bonus. Just make sure you modify your hit point total accordingly.
Yeah.
And Krog, just
So-
remember, you've only got 2 levels, so you won't be losing 3.
So, just so everybody knows, anybody between that has anywhere from a 14 to a 7, there's 0 hit point adjustment.
Yeah. If you've gone 14 or lower, or you start at 14 or lower, then you don't need to worry about looking. Yeah, but I think some of the guys are a little higher. Like, how much did? Holy shit, Krog!
Yep. So I also had taken a hit earlier on. How does lost hit points versus some already lost work? Do I just lose maximum, or do I lose from both?
No, you would lose from both because it's the toll you're.
All right.
You know you have in your back pocket.
Hold on. Let me look that up actually. That does seem
Either way,
punishing enough.
Could he use a force of will point to make a reroll? Or could any of us, in general, going forward on these kinds of rolls?
Use a force of will? Yeah, I'd like that. Yeah.
Okay. Just in case, because at some point I am going to...
It's a resource you're using up to avoid dying, so
Yeah.
I'm okay with you using that.
Yeah. The best kind of resource.
Yeah.
The avoid dying kind.
Let's see here.
So would I have be able to find the necessary herbs and reagents to use my healing skill or non-weapon proficiency? Sorry.
For
Krog.
healing, I mean, healing won't help you with dehydration. But
No,
do you mean to help him with his?
His
Wounds.
hit points.
Like if I spit on him, will that give him some? Nah, never mind.
No, I mean, well, okay. What other? Well, here's the thing that that does the upside from playing a cleric in this is last night you could have completely changed your slate of prepared spells. Right. So, like, if you wanted to say last night, prepare cure light wounds again, or like multiple copies of cure light wounds to help out Krog, you could have done that. And Krog, you would have actually done some natural healing as well, because you did spend 1 night.
Mm-hmm.
So hold on, let's check what that is. Healing. Injury and death. Yes. Now we're talking. Natural healing. Here we go. Natural healing
How do you have that bookmarked?
at a rate of 1 hit point per day of rest. So enjoy that 1 hit point there, Krog.
Yeah.
That'll make all the difference, I'm sure. Hobbs, did you have any? I know you used cause light wounds. Did you? Did you cast any? And actually, like, I don't know how you rule it. If you're for your next slate of prepared spells, if you're preparing a reverse spell, you prepare the reverse spell. You can't just reverse a spell that you've got memorized because it's a different incantation, different implementation of it. So.
So I cheated. That's what you're telling me.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm assuming, no, I'm retroactive. You've actually healed that guy. I've used healing sand.
Nice.
Yeah, so if you, and that's, now, let's hear. So herbalism and healing are 2 different proficiencies. Do you have herbalism? Hobbs?
No.
Okay. So then you are great when you've got the stuff, but you do not have the stuff. What you're able to do is actually get to... Oh, that's 2 hit points per day. Yeah. You know what you do, Hobbs? Why don't you give me... Just so we're going back to Bomb Berlin here, but we're learning the rules. Give me a healing proficiency check and take -2 to your score. So your healing is 2 less on this. This will be...
I failed then. I rolled a 16, so I would have needed a 14.
Do you want to spend a force of will to re-roll?
Nah, not on Krog.
Fuck that guy. I mean, what did he do except for kill people, free us?
Krog's coming at like about the end of his time awake today because.
And you know what I'll do, Arlen? I will have it be your maximum instead. I can't find the specific rules for it, but that makes more sense to me than you taking more damage.
Okay.
Okay, because it would be affecting your total, total amount. Make sure you know what your total amount is before you. I guess you could always adjust it back up just so we don't forget what we rolled for your. Because I rolled everything in this too. Rolled your stats, rolled your hit points. Mm-hmm. That's why you had me to thank for your shitty hit point scores. So, it's going full on old school, just like Hobbs likes it. So,
Nice.
So then, guys, we now like having gone to our flashback, we're now back up to the point where Krog is looking pretty darn parched right now. How is Olek doing? You went to last one, right? Oh, Radaris, you're taking a hit too. Was your con anything?
So, no, I'm currently out at a 9.
Currently at a 9. Okay.
So I started at a 12 and went to a 9. It was still 0 adjusted hit point adjustment.
Okay.
But when I get to 7, I'm gonna start.
So this next day will be a day of traveling without. Man,
Yeah,
oh man.
then gonna be on the lookout as much as possible for Elno Oasis, which is the only thing he knows to try to do.
So I'll hold this up one more time.
Which I know there is a. Yeah.
It's a motion comic. Oh my god. Ooh.
Man.
Okay, so what you guys experienced in the second day? Let me take a look here. Third day of travel now. Okay. You do not, fortunately, run across any what do you call it? Any adversaries. However,
That's good.
you do see. Let's see here. Who has? Let's see here. Everyone make a wisdom check. Whoever makes the best wisdom check, I'm gonna give this scene to you.
Nope, I failed.
I need to turn the wind up too. This is. There we go, guys. Okay. So Olek by 1. What is your? So how much did Brian and Krog? How much did you guys make your roll by?
4 for me.
By 4. And Mixow, how much did you make yours by?
I made mine by 4 also.
4 also. Okay. I'll say. You know what? Krog has been affected more by the dehydration, so I think maybe Mixow, you're just a little more, keen-eyed. And what you see is about a mile up ahead. It looks like... Is that vegetation?
I hope so.
It looks like there's a fairly, maybe your eyes, maybe it's the reflected light. You're still moving through. Actually, I think you're moving through stony barrens at this point, and the reflection of the light off of the moons, or the reflected light from the moons off of the stones around you, it illuminates it, and there's a thick hedge of nice. No problem. Hobbs, happy new year to you, bud. Olek stumbles, falls to his knees, and dies.
Whispers, two Athens goes my bow.
Yeah, now we're all gonna die.
Guys, it's midnight right now. I'm gonna take a midnight. I'm gonna check in on Anna Banana, and then I'll be right back, and then we will see what this thicket is. Hobbs, thanks for making it tonight.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, bud. All the best in 2020. We'll talk to you soon.
Yes. Good
Okay.
night.
Yeah.
We'll be back in 5 minutes here, folks.
Right.
Never got my character sheet to work.
You did get it to work?
I never did. I was clicking
Never
on
did.
it earlier,
Yeah.
but I saw DM Marlin was able to roll the hit.
Yeah. I mean, I went in and added some, and they seemed. Well, I'm gonna actually just try to see what happens here with my dagger. Yeah. So mine seems to be okay, but they're a little hard to understand exactly how they're supposed to be filled out.
There you go.
That'll never happen again.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at fighting.
Yeah, I don't.
All right, guys, sorry about that.
No worries.
We're not quite at midnight my time yet.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well,
We're gonna cover this. We had at least one person in every time zone
Yeah.
in our hemisphere.
So I've got this beanbag chair in my living room that I bought for my son, expecting he'd use it for video gaming and stuff like that. And then he actually didn't really use it, and I use it all the time. But I believe I've lost it now, because
Oh.
she figured out very quickly that she could, make a little hole for herself in there. So
Nice.
yeah.
That's great.
Oh my goodness. All right. So where we last left our heroes was with Olek dying.
Yeah. He just couldn't take the heat.
I mean, and what harm could come from losing your healer? I mean, that's
I can't imagine.
no problem. So what we saw, we'll say that maybe that trauma happened over. You know what? Instead of him dying, he just slipped away during the heat of the day.
Interesting.
While he was on watch, he slipped away because you never know when we return to the dark sun, right? So, so what you saw there, MacLeod, is you saw this bit of vegetation far off in the distance.
Okay. I see something up ahead. It looks like some type of vegetation. Come on, let's go.
I
Let's
think
go make this.
Krog, as soon as he points it out to you, you see it as well too. You kind of blink away your weariness, and you don't know how to, just based on how well you rolled, you don't know how you missed it before. And how did Radaris did not?
I failed.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah,
It's just a mirage.
you can see up ahead as well too. There is a fairly thick, looks like a hedge or thicket of vegetation.
Huh. This is an obvious trap.
Let's go. We found something. We've made it. Come on, follow me. And I
Okay.
start moving as
Be
fast
careful.
as my little leg can take me.
Oases attract any kind of vegetation attracts life in this world, and most life is antithetical to our own.
Yeah. Anything that's in the desert wants to kill and survive, right? So, what you get as you get closer to this, what you can tell is that the thicket itself. Oh, and Happy New Year's, guys!
Oh, Happy New Year!
2020. Here we are.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to everyone listening and everyone watching. 2020. Here we are. It feels remarkably like 5 minutes ago. So.
Hey, if you'd have told me back in June that I'd be playing D&D on a YouTube channel, I said you were nuts. Here I am.
There we go.
That's great.
It's the future. So then, what you see as Krog and MacLeod and Radaris, as you guys get closer, you can see that this thicket actually extends about half a mile along, and it seems that there is a glistening silver reflection in the center of this thicket, which even the most ignorant of travelers among you would know. It's the gleam of life-giving water.
Rain.
So, what... so they have an illustration here of this, but it doesn't... It kind of goes contrary to what it says. So, this is what they offer as the thicket. Okay, let me get in closer there. And there's the shimmering thing in there. The thing is, you can't really... If you guys... you know, look through the thicket, what you can see is the thicket seems to grow right out of the surface of the water. And as you search around this whole thing, because you know, when you get there, it's this thorny, knotted mess of stuff that would tear you apart trying to get through it. And it is, it's far too dense and far too, what do you call it? It was far too much of it for you to use one of your obsidian things to get through. I would also worry about breaking it. You know, these things are not made of metal, so they may actually break in the course of doing that. But in the middle of this, what you do find in the course of you know, doing a circumference around this thing, and not even all the way around, you find that there is a small, like a tunnel, 3 feet around, that seems to lead through and into the thicket. Now, it's not impossible. I've offered, you know, the concern about breaking obsidian weapons and taking the time to hack through, but you guys are free to do whatever you want. What are you guys gonna do?
Oh, I'm going through the thicket and to the water.
Yeah, so nothing stopping Mixow? All right.
I'm dying. I'm dead either way.
Okay. So Mixow, offering the insight that he is dead either way.
Radaris wants to look at this tunnel, at least inspect it.
Yeah.
Before doing anything.
Ooh. Okay. So you're inspecting this thing, and there's thorns on the outside of this thing, which is not unusual for Athasian flora. I mean, it generally wants to tell people, "Don't eat me," you know. So also, guys, geez, since we've hit midnight my time now, welcome to 500 hours in 2019.
Nice.
Yeah. I should do the tally for each individual ones for each of you guys, so you can feel the same, like, oh my god, that's how I spent my time? Well, yeah, we hit it. 500 hours this year. That's crazy.
Oh, great. Very cool.
You know what's bonkers? It can just give you a benchmark. My billable hour target is 1650. So I spent a third of the time that is roughly what my billable hour target is running role-playing games this year.
Oh my god, that's great.
Time well spent.
That's right.
That's awesome. Okay, so do you have any kind of proficiency that might help with identifying flora and fauna or whatnot? Or
well, again, I don't hate to keep using the same proficiencies. I've got survival and sandy waste.
So you're not in the sandy waste, so I think there's a problem there. But this may be. What I'll give you is subtract 5 from your proficiency, and then go ahead and give me a roll.
So
there may be some translatable stuff here.
Okay, so I'm just gonna roll this, and then we can do this. So yeah, so I would have had a 13, would have been my target. I got a 10.
So you get up and you're inspecting this thing very carefully. Would you give me give me a save versus breath weapon, please.
Okay. There goes.
This is my first AD&D second save, by the way, since I've returned to it. Yes, it is.
Right, let's do it.
Pretty awesome.
I'm glad that I have some.
I'm kicking off 2020, making PCs making saves. That's 2E 2020. Okay. Success. Whoa, awesome. So what you do is you get your finger up on one of these things, and you're looking at the thorn, and as you sort of get in closer, and it's pushing up against your skin, you can feel like fast enough, your reflexes are fast enough that you're able to pull back, but it sort of constricts. And that's when you notice that there is a hollow tube in this thing. And you've heard of something like this before. Like, they've got different names for them in different, in different regions. But Bloodvine is one of the things that's said there. And you're looking down, and Mixow is about to start making his way down into the, into that passage and go through. Do you say or do anything before he scrambles off through it?
I'm going to attempt to. I know he's like, determined and charging in there, but I'm going to try to yell after him.
Yep.
See if he'll stop before he continues, but I know that may not happen.
How did your survival roll go?
Survival, I made it by 3.
Okay, so what I think you'll say as well is that so the other thing you know about this type of plant, like this is a carnivorous plant, obviously, and if it's a carnivorous plant, the way that these things hunt is by providing a tempting sword, like a tempting thing.
Yeah.
Which means that, if it had so much water that it just exposed water to the surface of Athos, it would very quickly evaporate and be baked off by the sun. This thing would die and run out of that pool.
Right. So I'm trying to yell the shortest amount of information I can to stop him. So I say, I just yell, "It's a trap," which is what I actually said earlier.
Yeah.
Before we get it out this way. So, you don't believe me, but
it's a trap, and on careful consideration, it's still a trap.
See, I told you it was a trap. But that's what I'm going to yell, because I just got to get it out there to hopefully save them.
Okay. So, Mixow, Radaris is your half-elven companion, seems to be insistent that this is a trap. What are you doing?
Okay, well, I'll hold up and not go through the little tunnel.
Okay. So, Krog, what are you thinking?
Oh,
you're muted.
There you go.
So I was definitely, concerned about something trap-like. But if somebody has to go, maybe it's best that the halfling goes first, and then, the rest of us that are still around can see what happens.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So the hedge itself is... Let's see here.
Woo!
I mean, what I'm thinking is that I can try to potentially put this thing to sleep. We could go steal the water.
I think our neighbor. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna...
Yeah. Totally. Because I did re-preparing my spell, I swapped out 1, but I kept sleep. So I could potentially do that. And I took this really cool spell called Nahal's Reckless Dwemer, which basically lets me try to attempt any spell that I know from my spell book. So I could use sleep again if I needed to. But we clearly need the water. But I don't know if we can fight and kill this thing. So possibly, maybe from a distance, we could just put it to sleep. Doesn't seem like it can move. But we don't have any missile weapons, so I wonder if we can sleep it and then steal the water and just get out of here.
Well, we could try to hack on it for a minute.
We totally could.
I'm not doing that badly, per se, considering what DM Arlen's facing.
It's totally up to you guys. I haven't taken any. I've taken con damage, but I haven't taken any damage yet. So I will leave it to you guys to decide. It's totally up to you. And I've got an armor spell on myself at the moment too. That's helping out my AC.
Well, I mean, you can cast your spell, and then it's either go through the tunnel or start hacking.
Yeah, I mean, my spell might not work because I don't know. This might be some kind of creature that potentially is immune to sleep, or is too high of a hit dice. So
That's what I'm.
yeah,
You
so
do the spell, and we hack, or I try to go through. It's
yeah,
you know,
that sounds fine to me.
we've got 45 minutes left until it's over. So
Yeah, it's gonna be over one way or another.
yeah.
All right, good.
Oh,
I'd
sorry.
rather die
That was
by a
perfect.
plant than
So,
No, I agree. That was
Or-
perfect timing because we came up with a possible plan here.
you came up with a plan?
Yeah.
I love it.
You
Yeah.
just figured out a way to undo it. I know.
For me to undo it? What are you talking about?
To see how it doesn't work. Here's the plan. I want to try to cast a sleep spell.
Okay.
I do not know if it will work against this thing. I do not, for a variety of reasons, but I'm going to do it anyway. And then if that doesn't work, we're going to start attacking.
Okay.
Right? That was section. Right?
Yep.
hack and slash.
Okay. It's okay, sweetie. All right. So then, let's take a look at. Well, the thing is, the thicket itself is about a half-mile across as well. So it's unlikely.
Yeah.
Alternatively, what will happen is it'll affect part of the thicket that will still be, a bunch of the area you need to get through. The other will be that.
Yeah.
The other will be that it'll if it's a big organism, then it's gonna have too many hit dice to actually affect.
That was my guess that maybe that would be the case. I think I'm going to be willing to. Well, let me ask this: the place where do I think that's actually water, or does that just look like it's water? Can I tell?
What do you think?
I think that it can't be because of what you said, unless it has enough water to keep replenishing, because it would just burn off. It would just evaporate instantly.
Yeah.
In general, so I think that it's not real, but it is my educated guess that it's not real.
How many feet are there in a mile? Is it 1760 or?
No, I think it's 5,260.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, it's about 5,100 or so.
Yeah, 5280.
Okay. 5280. Okay. Divided by 3. So 17k divided by 2. Divided by 2. So they say the size of this thing. All right. So, then what is the plan then, guys? The sleep is going to be put. The tunnel is going to be about 200 yards. It looks like. No, 400 yards. To wind through this thing.
Well, should we chance it? Or should we have one person try it? I mean, we don't know if we can get anything out of this. Yeah. Is there, just to double check, I look around one more time for any other way to kind of bypass what I think is the,
Yeah, I mean, you certainly, there's no timer running here. You probably find another similar passage.
Okay. So I'm going to do the same type of inspection we did previously, knowing what to look for to see if it's
all part of the same plant. It's all similar. If it's not the same plant, it's the same thicket of the, of colony, I guess you might say.
So judging now by that, does it seem like just that this entire what was it, a mile?
It was a half mile.
Half mile. It's either a series of or a single organism of the same type.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing. So this seems dangerous, no matter what.
Yep.
Do we just want to try to make it to Cled?
I think
We can't be more than a half a day away or a day away.
Yeah, I guess that's a good question. Can we make another guesstimate, even though we won't know if it's fully accurate, of how far we still are from Cled?
Well, you didn't know where you were to start, so that's, and you haven't come across any,
Lamp.
Yeah.
And this is definitely not the marked oasis.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, it seems like we gotta just keep moving. Like, this is a death trap, literally.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to speak for the whole group.
Okay.
Is that right?
You have.
Is there any benefit to try? I mean, it's a half
I think,
mile.
despite the kind of logical answer about the water is that it's got to be some sort of illusion, that may not be a particularly telling piece of logic to three guys who are about to die of dehydration.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that even knowing that it's an illusion, that we can pass up this opportunity to maybe get some water. Right.
I hear what you're saying. Well, let me ask this. We have not used this spell in our 2E game so far, but I do happen to know cantrip.
Yep.
I'm wondering if I can just do something like a small pebble that would like drop into that where the water is supposed to be, and see if like it actually splashes.
I can't remember. Is Mage Hand a separate spell in 2E? Is that would kind of replicate another spell then, right? So I don't.
That's true, and that would not work.
Let's see here.
Let me look it up, because I feel like there's always been some version of that, but I don't remember. So first of all,
No, I don't see it. Unless it's called something different.
I
I mean, Burning Hands is it's very different.
I'm not seeing it listed in.
Yeah, I don't see it. So yeah, I'd allow that. Yeah, sure. I mean, well, because of the distance, yeah, like it's 400 yards.
My range is 10 feet, so that's not going to work.
Okay. I mean, even throwing.
Okay. How about this? Yeah, can we?
400 yards is pretty.
It's not possible.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what, like a football field length?
Strength. More than.
400 yards is like 4 football fields.
Is it? Yeah, this is how much I know about football. Like,
100 yards.
Yes, it's farther than you could see, even if you were in, like.
Shit.
black.
Yeah. So, so what are you guys thinking?
I mean, Krog, did you have a way? Do you have any ideas of how to try to get to closer to that area, that pool?
I have no idea beyond.
I just don't know
through
if you have
the
any
tunnel.
psionic abilities to like see it more closely from afar or anything like that.
Oh, hey, speaking of which, your psionic strength points for recovering, because you would have got a bunch back already. You're traveling for 2 days. So, here we go. Yeah, it's like 3 an hour, so you should have all your PSP back.
Okay, so if I've got all of them back,
Yeah.
let's see. I have. So aside from the obvious ones of things like I could do stuff that reduces the damage that I take, which might come in handy here.
That's good.
How much could I cause to decay? I have 2 of them that seem like they might be useful.
I think it's
One is
60
cause
pounds,
decay.
if I remember.
So I'm not
yeah.
going to be able to like poison this entire thing and get rid of a whole bunch of it, but and then I also have Dimension Door. and I don't know. Assuming that
Dimension
that
door.
means
Oh yeah,
that
sorry. I think I said look at the book for
Yep,
that.
you did say look in the book. For
Yeah,
that
yeah. So
one.
give me a sec here. Let me.
But that seems like that might be some sort of
Psychoportation.
yeah.
There we go. So dimension door. The distance between doors. So what you do is you take a penalty to your power score, depending on how far you want to go. For 50 yards, it's 0. For 200 yards, it's minus 12, and that seems to be the maximum. But if you open it, though, then you are able to maintain it for 2 per round. And if you fail, like if you try and manifest it and you fail and you don't roll 20, then you let's see here, it only costs you 2 for each failure. And so the stage ways between them, just so you don't know the extremes. 50 is 0 modifier, 75 is minus 2, 100 is minus 5, 150 is minus 8, and then 200 is minus 12.
So that could sort of help us, right? Get us part of the way through the tunnel. But that doesn't get us all the way through the tunnel.
Yeah.
And you only have enough points to do it once.
No, I could do it a bunch of times. It doesn't cost very much. So I could do one and then we pop through it and then do another and we pop through it. But that still leaves us at least one stage of stuck in the tunnel.
Yeah, and we'd have to do the same on the way out.
And we'd have to do the same on the way out.
Yep.
So seems like what might be better to do.
From the tunnel, like they've made it in there and out. DM Kev.
Say again?
So it looked like there's any tracks that made it in and out of the little tunnel.
You don't have any survival, do you? Any survival skills?
I don't.
No?
But
Radaris, go ahead and make another check at minus 5.
Minus
So you can
5.
get. It is stony. I said it was stony barrens here, so it's a different way. Obviously, it's easier to.
No, I would have failed.
Well, I hit New Year's my time, so you guys have another point of force of will.
And I've got 3, so I will do it.
Okay, go ahead and make a roll.
That
is worse.
Damn it. Okay, still got 2 left, but I don't.
So you look at the study down there, you're like, Mom? No.
yeah.
So yeah, no, you can't tell one way or the other. I think what Radaris is able to say is he can't tell whether no one's gone down there or whether a whole bunch of people have gone down there.
Yeah.
What he can tell you is that this thing seems to constrict and seems hungry for blood.
Yeah.
I'm not playing this.
Let's try to make it to Cled.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the idea. Krog, how are you feeling now, considering we ran through?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess if the will of the party is to go to Cled and avoid this, then let's do that.
I think that we are at great risk to, our survival if we attempt it. So I think we have a better chance of getting to Cled, even though we're not quite sure how far it is, because we may come upon an actual oasis or something.
Yeah.
Or even a traveling caravan, or who knows, or some other potential, place where we could find food and water.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, out of character, I'd like to end this session on some success and saying that maybe we did get to the village and the 3 of us made it. We only lost 1. That'd be pretty successful.
If wishes were horses, or in this setting, if wishes were kanks, then beggars would ride.
And Kevin, I put that green bar in there to represent my armor spell that is up.
Oh, nice. Okay, great.
That's how many hit points of armor. Once that goes down to 0, my armor class goes back to its normal armor class. So it doesn't absorb damage.
And you're doing this every morning, I take it?
Actually, the cool thing about it is that it lasts permanently until it's used up.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool spell. So, but once I hit, once I take 11 points of damage, I no longer, the spell goes away until I cast it again, and I don't have it prepared again for today.
Okay, very cool.
So, yeah.
I like that. That's cool.
It's cool.
Okay, so then, What is Krogok? Is your max hit points is down to 17 now?
Oh, it hasn't updated. I was taking notes on the character sheet. My
okay,
max
no
hit points is down to 11.
Okay. Then you. Let's see here. Okay, then you guys make your way. You leave this behind and spare one last thirsty look back at that shimmering water in the center of it. And you make your camp for the day. You spend the day, another parched, brutal day. The pangs and aches in your stomach, the headaches that are coming from the lack of water are beginning to really affect you. Even when the sun goes down, you can feel the pounding heat. And then as you set out, let's see how this day goes. Okay. And midnight comes, and I need you guys to each kindly give me a D6 roll now. Yeah, because you got no water this time.
That's right, I forgot.
Hey, it's better than the last one. Right?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, mix up. Oh, no.
Jeez.
Oof. 6. Holy smokes. What is your constitution now?
I think I was at 13 minus 6 will be 7. So I'm right at that number.
All right. So this day is rough, obviously, on you guys going by. However, what you come across as you're continuing on through the Stony Barrens, and the Stony Barrens, it's worth quickly talking about. Like, one of the things that I do find really interesting about Dark Sun is how much effort they made to make it. I think it does owe something to Dune as well, too, because they did really try to give you a sense of what each of those different regions, each of the different geography, kind of look, how they differ from each other. So Stony Barrens are the most common type of terrain in the tablelands. They consist primarily of large sheets of exposed bedrock, mostly orange and red sandstone. Of course, the bedrock is constantly being weathered away, so the barrens are littered with stones ranging in sizes from pebbles to boulders. Large areas of rock are covered by a thick layer of red dirt, as well as waist-high drifts of coarse orange sand and puffy heaps of yellow dust. If you have any choice, don't travel across open ground on Stony Barrens. Unless you're traveling on a road or a well-worn path, the loose rocks make for treacherous footing. Humans and demi-humans, including elves, can move at only half their normal walking pace when moving through these areas. Kanks can travel at standard walking speed, but not any faster. Every rock in the Stony Barrens... for every rock in the Stony Barrens, there are a dozen thorns. Cacti grow everywhere and in every conceivable shape. Squat spheres covered by long yellow needles, twisted masses of ground-hugging tubes, tall, spine-covered barrels rising as high as 20 feet, even entangled messes with tree-like limbs. Many of these cacti are sources of both food and water, providing you are willing to work your way past the thorns. If you're not familiar with a particular cactus, however, it is best not to attempt eating it or stealing water from it. Some cacti have mobile needles that will work their way deep in your flesh, not stopping until they reach your heart or another vital organ. The meat and fluid of other cacti is toxic, and there are even a few that shoot poison needles at any animal passing near them. The fauna of the Stony Barrens is varied. Here you'll find most of the animals of Athos: wild erdlus, machilids, inix, etc. And of course there's an abundance of predators: Braxat, Tembo, Belgoy, and the like. So this is the region you find yourself making your way through. Obviously it would be much darker in the moonlight. But yeah, you can picture some of those yellow drifts. I mentioned before we went live that I watched a season of Grand Tour with my parents when they were in, and one of the ones was they go through Namibia, and the Namibian desert. And there's a part of it when they're getting near the border. There's this sand they call pesh, which is basically like talcum powder. So that yellow dust that they mentioned, you can picture that there's probably like things where, imagine stepping into something that's got the consistency of talcum powder and you suddenly find yourself up to your waist, you know, in this like nearly frictionless sand.
That's awesomely horrific.
Yeah.
And I will say, because you were reading from this book, that this kind of travel log that comes with the box set,
Yeah.
the Wanderer's Journal, is really great for players because it's not about rules per se about that. It's about giving you a sense of the world, and it is very elaborate and fun to read.
Yeah.
So
it's really evocative of what the setting is. Yeah.
It's from this guy's perspective. This is the writer's perspective.
Yeah.
World. So it's kind of.
The reason I want to read that stuff, guys, is because this is what you find yourself walking in. Look at this. They even have Raoul and Guthay hanging in the...
So they knew we were traveling at night, see?
So, what you see, guys, is that this region seems to be dominated by 3 species of cacti. There's a spherical purple kind, roughly 2 feet in diameter. There is a tubular kind that resembles a mass of writhing brains and covers the ground over an area of 20 square yards. And the third are tall, tree-like kind with 1 to 6 branches extending from them. So there's kind of like the Joshua tree kind, there's the writhing, mass kind, and then there's the small purple spheres.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I mean, the ones that grow tall would need to be... Well, I guess they all doesn't really matter. They're all gonna need water to grow. The question is, which one are the kinds that kill us? Which ones are the kinds that provide water? I don't know if these kinds of different flora grow in sandy wastes, so I don't know if I would even know anything about.
These are things that specifically grow in stony barrens. Actually, you know what? Hold on. And also, but let me take a look at the... I want to quickly peek, while you guys are discussing this, let me peek at sandy wastes and see what fauna grows there.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool. I mean, we have to try, right? So even if we can't get any insight before we do anything, we should just approach one at a time and see if we can get water out of it in some way, right?
Yeah. Sandy wastes, unfortunately, do not. It's like scrub grass and stuff like that grows there. Not.
So we should make an attempt, right? We should pick one and see if we can do something with it. I mean, obviously the water is not outside.
Have we just traveled through the night?
Yes, this is still the night. This is night when you come across this sort of region with all this cacti in it.
So we made some progress.
Yeah.
Just look for any signs of bones, like just scattered around any one of these things.
Okay.
Just so I said it. Don't expect to find any, but just in case. And if not, which do you have? Guys have a feeling for which one we might want to investigate first?
There's no sign of any animals around here.
Okay. The brain one looks freaky to me, but I'm open. Do you have any feeling?
The tall ones are probably just filled with like air. There's probably nothing inside of them. The little round ones might have something. That would be my best guess.
All right.
From a guy who's down to 7 Constitution from 15.
What's your con down to, Arlen?
My con's only down to 10.
Okay. So I'm
Only. Yeah.
So
Only.
yeah, I'm down at 8 right now.
Holy smokes!
Brian, since you're got the lowest, I'm perfectly willing to go along with your instinct.
Yeah, the lowest con chooses.
Yes.
So what are you thinking, Brian?
I'm the worst off. I might as well try to get into one of the little round ones.
So the little purple balls.
Little purple balls of doom.
Okay. So you make your way up towards. Now they're about 2 feet in diameter, so they're about 2/3 your height. So you make your way up towards this thing, and again, it's got those black spines sticking out from it. You approach to within 20 yards of one. You approach to within 15 yards.
I'll stay 10 yards behind him.
Okay. 10 yards of it. 5 yards of it. 2.
Uh-oh.
You reach the purple sphere. So you're standing next to one now. What do you do next?
I don't know why, but I feel like I just accomplished something.
Well, you're still alive. That's an accomplishment.
Yep.
I will attempt to use that obsidian sword to try to get into the top of it.
Okay. So you take your obsidian sword over.
Without getting stabbed by the little stabby black thing.
Sure. I mean, you with one deft swing, you're able to kind of carve away an area where the spines are, and then you plunge your dagger or your short sword in there. And as you extrude, you bring the black blade out to continue carving into this. You see there's this clear liquid that kind of oozes out and begins running down the side.
Now the question is that
do I still have, well, I'm going to try to capture some of it. I think I had a little receptacle or something from the wagon.
Yeah, when we obviously carry those quarts of water out in some kind of...
Yep, you get a little sling thing, so you're going to try and catch it in that? So,
yeah.
Okay, so you catch it. Are you just going to let it keep oozing, or are you going to try and cut it open?
I think I'm good with oozing out at this time. I'm just assuming that it's not dripping out, that it's a pretty good steady flow.
Yep. If you continue cutting it, it definitely it continues oozing more and more out. And then if you cut a chunk of it, of the kind of the rind away, what you find is that it's full of this stuff.
Okay, so I open up the top of it to where I have access to this, and I dip the cup in.
Okay. Yeah, you can dip it in and easily can like ooze it along, and you're able to fill up your half-gallon thing with it, with sort of by pushing it in amongst the innards of this purple thing. It's like a pale kind of purplish color within the cactus as well.
Okay, so I walk back to where Ryderis and Krogark are. I say, well, who's gonna drink it?
Well, I want to at least smell it first.
It smells awful.
Okay.
It smells
Smell it.
like, you know, it's got a kind of a sour, plant kind of smell to it. And, I mean, this is kind of par for the course. Any water you find in Athos is not going to be like, thank God, Perrier, or, San Pellegrino. It's going to be, it's going to be brackish, it's going to smell funny, but it's fucking water.
He's not dissuaded from continuing to investigate it. So
Okay.
So what the hell? He's gonna take a sip.
Okay. So you take a sip of this, and it's a matter of seconds before the stomach cramps start.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Would you kindly give me a 1d4 roll?
There we go. 1.
So, you suffer stomach cramps and vomiting that lasts for about 2 hours.
Ooh,
And in the course of that, you lose another point of constitution.
fantastic.
And you're looking at that, that full thing, and you're thankful that you've only took a sip of it rather than a full, mouthful.
I took one for the team. So my new max is 10
Yeah.
for hit point.
Oy.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Don't drink this.
Your back is killing you. Your sides are killing you.
Yeah. Oh God. Actually, I know exactly what that feels like after this past week.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
this is awful. Nobody. Don't even. Just dump it out. Actually, you probably have to throw that away. That whole
The container. Yeah. Okay. So, Krog and Mixout, while Radaris, you're waiting to see what happens with him. You do have 2 hours to kill. Do you do anything in the interim, or do you wait to see if he dies first?
Wait till he dies.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm not so certain I would wait until he dies, but I'm definitely throwing that one away as soon as he like cringed and curled over and said, "Don't drink that." It was gone.
Okay. So, then what are you guys thinking?
Well, I think we've got 2 other kinds of cactuses, so I think I'm volunteering to go to another one.
So there are those writhing masses, and there are those tree-like cacti.
Oh god, the trees.
I mean, obviously,
right-
I mean, they both would have some kind of liquid.
Well, look what the last liquid did to you.
Oh, I agree. Trust me. I'll let you decide, but pick your poison.
A writhing mass might have more water attached to it than just the tree one, but the tree one is growing.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it's, I don't know, but honestly, looks can be deceiving. So it's kind of a 50-50 chance, and it actually may be that all of them are going to try to kill us. So whatever you think.
Well,
Arlen, is the wilds of Tula looking a lot better now?
Wilds of Tula. I'm like 20% battery charge right now.
We're wrapping up in 15
much
minutes.
out of
Once we hit midnight Pacific time, we'll be wrapping up. I need to get my drawing done before I go to bed. So
Well, we have to
Yeah.
get to our hit the midnight mark of the.
No, we could have. So Mixo, you tested one, so I guess it's up for me for the next one. Why don't I check the tree ones?
okay. So you approach the tree.
And so before I approach,
Yep.
I'm gonna do biofeedback on myself.
Good call. Excellent.
The powers, so in case it shoots out any spines or anything, it doesn't do as much damage.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a power check for biofeedback.
That is exact. It is exact.
So then you get the benefit, the power score.
So I get a big. So yeah, I suffer 2 fewer points of damage from every attack that causes physical damage, and I get an AC bonus of +3.
Holy shit. Okay, so that means that your AC is currently a 7.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, then as you approach this thing, okay, so you get 20 yards away from this, and this tree stands about maybe 8 feet tall, so nearly not quite double your height, but getting that. You approach to within 10. You approach to within 5. 2. You're nearly close enough to touch it. When? This one only has 2 limbs, thankfully. Factor 15, 7, okay. 2 of them whip at you like some kind of living thing, like tentacles. One of them misses you completely. The other managed to scrape its sharp, what do you call it? Tendrils across your skin. And sorry, it takes how much less damage?
2 less.
2 less damage. Okay, come on, here we go. No damage.
Nice.
as it cuts across your hide. You are within range now if you choose to do anything to this. This thing does not look... A couple of good hits may take this thing down.
Yeah, bastard sword, both hands. I'm gonna whack at it.
Nice.
It'll count as a large creature then. So if you hit, you get to use the large creature damage, 2d8 plus 8 damage.
Excellent. And
Okay.
roll to hit.
Kill it, DM Arlen.
Here comes.
I've been getting a butt kicked
AC
all the
3.
time.
That is absolutely a hit.
Well, I'm guessing that the one that can strike out at you, that's its main defensive mechanism instead of being poisoned or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
So this is probably where the best water's gonna come.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
That's my theory.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, roll damage.
Yes, please.
Whoa!
Holy shit. So you nearly knock this thing to the ground with that. There's barely any bit of cactus left, and it has a juicy interior in it as well, too. Then on its turn, it will... well, actually, here, let's roll initiative. We'll see if you're going to stay in there and keep at this thing. What is the weapon speed of your bastard sword?
It's an 8, so I'm just gonna roll 1d10 plus 8.
Yeah. Go ahead and I'll roll for this thing. Here we go. I rolled a 10, so actually you're gonna go first.
All right.
Yeah, nice.
Roll to hit.
And around.
Oh, that's not good.
You got force of will left, right?
Yes, we do have one force of will left,
Yep.
don't we? So let me
Use
redo
it.
that. Fuck.
That one. Roll 20. 20, brand new year, same
Wait
old
a
roll
second.
20.
So I got to pick a weapon specialization that I haven't picked yet.
Yep.
Can I pick that as bastard sword and therefore
yeah.
take a 3/2 attack?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Let's do that.
Absolutely. Here it comes.
Oh. Roll 20.
Oh, man. What is it? Man plans, roll 20 laughs.
Yeah.
Okay, so these two limbs swing out at you. Remember your... I got a nat 20 on one of them. It doesn't... It's an auto hit. There's no crits in in this. So, what is your... you're maintaining your... What do you call it?
Yes.
Biofeedback?
And
Yeah,
I'll
awesome.
subtract the
Okay.
cost.
So you're going to take a net of 1 point of damage from this one. It does actually get through you.
Oh.
Okay. So the next round, go ahead and give me a d10 roll. So you guys can see this happening from the distance as well, too. Like, oh, he's fighting a tree. Okay, I got a total of 6.
Total of 9.
Okay, so this thing's going to swing at you first. If Mixout or Ridaris want to do anything, I mean, you guys only have melee weapons, I think, so...
Yeah.
Okay, it hits one more time. And... Oh, interesting thing. This is what I'm fucking up already. So the way that multiple attacks work in AD&D 2nd is everyone gets their first attack, and then if you got a second attack, then we go through
Oh,
it.
right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, because I'm fucking up making multiple attacks on you at the same time. So, then what I'll do is I will re-roll my damage because I rolled max damage on that. That'll be my penance.
Okay.
So you take 1 point of damage in net. It hits you for 3 again. You're scratching through your psionically hardened hide. Go ahead and make your attack roll. I mean, if you connect with this, you're going to take it down.
Nice.
And that is enough.
Yep.
You cut this, the whole thing hits the ground. And yeah, you can see there is a rich and juicy interior in this thing. And it does not keep writhing. As soon as it's down, it just lays still like it's a dead plant.
Awesome.
So I'm gonna do my best to fill up one of our carriers.
This is not as...
Is it not as
Not as
it's
juicy.
not like
You
a,
can just eat it. Like, it's
Okay.
it's rich. Think of it like, it's probably got the consistency of, like, grapefruit, maybe?
Okay.
Okay?
Well then, yeah, I'm gonna kind of skin a section of it to get a sort of fleshy chunk, and look over at Mixow and kind of wink.
Yeah.
Bite into
I
it.
head over there to get a chunk.
Nice.
It's got a strange kind of, like, soapy kind of flavor to it, but it's water. And it really does feel like it's quenching your thirst. I mean, you've drank worse than this. And if you take a bit... So you think, like, for... between the 3 of you guys... you know what, you should be able to all get a day's ration of water between this thing.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. You do find, like many things in this, it unfortunately will not travel. It dries out pretty quickly. Like within 15 minutes of you guys doing this, it's just like the rind. You know, like when someone just chooses to suck the juice out of fruit instead of eating it, and leaves that awful. You know, that's basically what is left behind on this thing.
Okay. I'll take it.
Okay. So
Yay!
So let's do this then. We have 7 minutes until the new year. Let's see through to the new year on the Pacific Coast. That means we've seen all of the North America through their New Year's thing, and we've seen 2020 roll in live, and we've rolled over. So guys, we are 1 hour into our gameplay in 2020.
Wow.
4.99 to go.
Yep.
A lot of gaming.
That is the carryover of the billable hour lifestyle too. So you can't help but thinking like, oh, start of the year.
I actually think it should count for time and a half since it's after midnight.
Time and a half. Yeah, no. All right, so let's see here. Let me see if there's anything interesting that happens on your next day. My dice are bullshit tonight. No random encounters.
Yeah, thank God.
Oh man, so then the next day, let's just end off with what you are finding in the next one. Let's see here.
Okay.
This is actually kind of interesting.
Uh-huh.
I did not expect you guys to die this way. I mean, for this turn of events. So on the next day, and this is evening as well, when you're setting out, you have your water ration, so you're not suffering any constitution loss, at least not today.
Yeah.
You set forth, and you very quickly leave this batch of... I guess, you're still in the same region that you were before. Do you want to try and take down another one of those cacti?
Yeah.
So, Arlen, you would heal back one more hit point from your day's rest.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you want to try and do that before you set off?
Yeah, I mean, I would even try a sleep spell just in case from a distance to see if it worked. No.
Yeah, you know what? You're not going to find out whether it works or not until someone gets within range anyway.
So I think what I would do, I would do it anyway just to try to protect one of my companions.
Yeah.
Even if I think it probably won't work. I do think it probably won't work, but I'm going to do it anyway because he's going to go up there anyway. So
let me see what I'm going to read what the description of sleep is, just because plants don't sleep, right? But there is some plants do have like diurnal cycles.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not sure how the best way to. Yeah. It's a little bit vague because
yeah. That's what I love about these old school games.
Yeah.
Largely because you're leaving it vague, you're free to propose stuff like this, right? Even if it doesn't work out, it still is a neat,
It makes for creative play.
Yeah, rather than, because I mean, the stuff where there is the specified, and I get the appeal of that as well too, but when there is that specified stuff, then it spills over into character design. Like we had someone hectoring someone else because they're like, we're going to face mostly robots, and these spells don't work on robots, so why are you taking that in a Pathfinder game?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, okay, well.
No, I know. It's a little bit more specific, and it's more fun to have there are different play styles, like you said.
Yeah.
So I enjoy this kind of.
Well, I know, like we were saying before I went live, like I'm loving our AD&D thing too, but I also really want to run a Pathfinder 1 game in 2022. So
no, well, I think that's one thing that's great about the channel is that like there's all types of games.
Totally,
so,
yeah, different, yeah, absolutely. Variety being the spice of, I guess, 500 hours. So, okay, so you did cast the spell. Once again, that he draws up and this wave goes over it. Who is going in?
mean, unfortunately, Krog, you are the most
Yep.
powerful.
Seems like it ought to be me with my psionics on again.
Okay, so why don't you give us a power check here? Let's see if we get your thing up, and then we will roll initiative this time in the event that this thing is awake, because you're aware of its attack now.
That's not good. So I'm gonna lose half of the starting cost, and then I have to do it again.
Yep.
Okay.
Whoa, that's much better.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so you power yourself up.
But then I also, I would have filled back up over the course of the day while we slept.
Yeah, when you sleep, you gain 12, I think 12 per hour, 12 PSP per hour. So
Okay, so yeah.
you would have been back up full. Okay.
All right.
Less the 1.5 times the cost of manifesting this.
Yep.
Okay, so then, and then it, I think you have to spend one whatever maintenance cost is just to be able to charge in there afterwards.
Yep.
So let's see here. Roll initiative for me, please. Let's see here. I got a 12. Okay, so this thing swings, and I'll do it the proper way. So the first swing at you, what's your AC right now?
Is a 9.
It's a 9. Okay, so I think that actually that does hit, but you got the reduction of 2. You take a net of 1 point of damage, and then go ahead and make your attack, and then it'll make its second attack afterwards. Here we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Nope.
Brutal. If you stall for about 30 seconds, you're going to get another force of will.
Nah, it's all right. We'll use it later in the fight.
So this
I'm
second
sure.
one, it makes its second swing at you at nat 20. You take 4 points of damage, so 2 points of damage net. Whack, whack.
Wow.
Next round, let's roll initiative. I got a 7 in total.
12.
Okay. It swings at you the first time, fucking hits again.
Wow.
Take 1 more point of damage.
All right, and then attack for me.
Damn.
Come on. Nice. Nat 20.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Okay. Damage.
18 damage.
18.
Wow.
Holy smokes. Wow. Okay, so that just takes a huge chunk out of it. Oh, actually, that's, fuck it. That'll be enough to take it down.
Sweet.
So, with a critical hit, that's a good extra effect. All right, so you take this thing down. You guys are able to...
All right, happy features.
Okay, so today's travel, you will have sufficient water. Unfortunately, you are down to 6 hit points right now.
Yep.
So what happens, guys, is as you're traveling along, you do quickly find yourself traveling into sandy dunes. So, and as you're making your way along here, you've been traveling tonight for about 3 hours. So you're coming up on your first sort of like break before you carry on. And what you see, actually what you hear first is a sound from over one of these, numberless dunes that you're kind of going up and then going down and going up and going down. And as you're reaching the top of a small dune, you can hear a loud, frantic buzzing. From the other side.
Uh-oh.
You also hear what sounds like kind of and I think, Mixow, you hear this because of your keen, roguelike ears. You can hear the sound of beating wings, but it doesn't sound like insect wings. It sounds like something else. What do you guys do?
Well, first of all, it's thief, not rogue. It's a much better class.
Well, I think technically rogue is the overall class, right?
yeah,
Category of class, and then thief is a subclass within it.
Yeah. And 2E. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do
It's
you
like
guys-
what do I
hunker
do?
down and
Yeah, exactly. We hunker down and try to decide, try to figure out what the hell this is.
Okay. So why didn't first off Mixow give me a percentile roll for your move silently?
Oh, there we go.
Let's see here. What is your move soundly check?
Wow.
16.
70. Oh wow, yeah, that's amazing. So you're like you move your way up there as if it's nothing. You know, and you guys can't even hear him move. He doesn't even really disturb the sand all that much as he sneaks up and very carefully kind of pokes his little, you know, tuft of hair over the side. It's still what you hear over there and mix out. And what you see, guys, is this. Some enormous insect is involved in a furious life and death struggle with two black, feathered, winged creatures that each carry a spear in its claws. And strangely, these things are wearing clothing as well. MacLeod, would you give me an intelligence roll, please? Just raw intelligence. Let's see how you do here. What's your intelligence?
I'm on it. Intelligence is 14.
14.
So I did make my roll.
Yeah, okay, so then, you recognize what these two things are. These things flying along there are Aarakocra.
Huh.
And Ridaris, as you poke your head over, would you kindly give me a, what do you call it? A survival sandy wastes check, please.
Alrighty. Here we go. Yes.
Nice. That thing that it's fighting is a species of flying insect, a swarming insect, in fact, that's found in here, known as a weezer.
Mm-hmm.
And that, guys, the mystery of the two fighting Aarakocra and the weezer, we will save that for next time. So, as is tradition, let's quickly, before we call it a day, we'll grant some XP here.
Cool.
Because XP is always good.
Yes.
And let's see here. What do we get? What do we get? There's my calculatrice here. Happy New Year's as well, Brian. And for those listening at home on the West Coast, Happy New Year's, guys and folks. Let's see here. We got return shocks. Okay, is that plus that? Wow, that is way more than you guys. I mean, that is precisely what you guys should get.
Hey, I was shocked at how much those bandits were worth to the Wednesday crew. They got like 300 XPs for 5 bandits or whatever.
Which game were we playing? Bandits for
The AD&D one.
Oh yeah. They were. That wasn't bad. There was a challenging encounter as well. Okay, no XP for that. No XP for that.
This is going well.
It's,
Yeah. No XP for you.
let's see here. Plus.
If you have, on the sheet, Kev wrote down what individual class awards you might gain.
Yes, I didn't do that for every class actually, but what the fighter would gain plus 10 XP for each hit dice of creature defeated, and the thief would get for each skill that's used, and you would get for each spell that you cast to help resolve things. So, yeah, there is the extra stuff as well.
Oh yeah, look at that. I got crazy stuff. Gain 200 XP per special ability, and I gain 2 XP per copper piece.
Oh wow, yeah. So you'd get 250 extra from the copper pieces. That would be the. Oh wait, 250 for copper piece. So that would actually be no. You'd get 2 XP for that. Wait, no, that's not right. Copper piece, because this would be 100. Oh man, that'd be a lot for the 25 XP.
I know.
Yeah. Oh no,
Yeah.
CP is a ceramic piece, not copper piece.
Yeah.
So you would gain 250 XP for the silver coins. Although that's only if you're keeping all of that, though. If you're keeping all of it and not distributing it to your friends, then you don't get. Then you get basically whatever you keep.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's a party treasure. Just
Well,
'cause I found it.
I because of my kit cannot retain any kind of wealth, so you don't have to give anything to me.
If I would have known we were gonna do this XP thing at the end, I would have kept track of my thieving.
Oh, it's fine. You know, like we may not. It's not. We may not ever come back to this. These characters. You know, but I mean, it's fun to just get an assessment of how much XP you get. Okay, and I'll give you that for that. All right, guys, and I'm gonna divide it only by 3 because Hobbs died, or rather, Oleg died. So, guys, you each gain, and I believe that each of you qualify for the 10% XP bonus as well. So maybe let me give you that. A whopping 278 XP. So 278. I don't think anyone's dinging over that, but it's making some progress towards there. So, wow. All right. So, guys, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
This is a fucking terrific way to ring in the new year. This was a lot of fun. And we got, I mean, as is always the case, we did like 4 pages of this adventure. I cannot run a pre-made adventure at a reasonable pace to save my life.
We're also learning about the world and all that stuff. So it's,
And I love taking time with all this shit, right? Like, I love drinking in the what do you call it, the setting and whatever else. So, yeah.
And I would just say when I first discovered your channel to begin with, that was one of the things I thought was really helpful to me, to like learn the settings and the game systems. So.
Oh, nice. Okay. So,
helpful, yeah.
Then, well, first off, I'm gonna do a little reverse order. First off, I want to thank Brian and Arlen and George and Hobbs and everyone who joined us in chat for joining us and spending their New Year's with us. Thank you so much, everybody. This was a great way to ring in the new year. This was terrific. I appreciate you guys taking the time, or allowing me to take the time to get Anna Banana out as well. She's been a complete angel for the rest of this evening, apart from barking at my jerk neighbors. Yeah, so that's, guys, this was a shit ton of fun. Yeah, Death by the Plan. I'm glad you guys didn't choose to take a big gulp, because that was 1d10 constitution loss. Yes.
Wait, how bad would it have been if I ran into that Oasis plant tunnel?
Oh, that would have been 1d6 damage per round as it constricted you until someone cut you out.
Oh my god.
And it doesn't start constricting until you get 200 yards in, and it takes you a round to cut out. Like, it's fucking brutal. You're taking like minimum 2d6 damage. You know, so yeah, it's a great way of introducing people to what Dark Sun is like, though, right? That like everything wants to kill you here.
Yep.
You know, mainly because everything wants to survive. That's the way they survive. So it's a brutal, merciless thing.
Yeah. I didn't mention about Dark Sun was that normally you would make 3 characters at a time.
Yes.
You would have these 3 characters. You'd have 3 characters to choose from because they would most likely die.
Yeah, the character tree they used to call it, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I mean, what did you guys think of your characters, though? I mean, I know you're pre-gens and you only got a chance to play them for a little bit, but what did you guys think of what things you could do in Dark Sun?
I thought it was super fun, but I really enjoyed watching what Krog could do.
Yeah.
I don't know how you felt about playing it.
No, I thought it was pretty cool. When I first read the turn your arm into a weapon psionic power, I just had this image of like a dude with like a sword blade shaped piece of flesh coming out of his arm, and just like kind of weird and veiny and stuff, and just like, man, that's weird and real cool too. In game, it turned out to be, some pretty cool stuff that you could do with psionics that were not just the reduced damage one was kind of the least interesting one. So it's almost too bad that became so useful because the other ones were so cool.
that's the neat thing about the like it's funny. I don't know why this revelation hit me, but like when we were when I was so Dark Sun is for me. Dark Sun is one of my absolute favorite all-time settings. I have converted more systems to run Dark Sun than any other game I've done, and the only custom game I've ever written was for Dark Sun. So like it's a game, it's a setting that has it has a real special place in my heart. It fits so many of my sensibilities too, like the merciless survival, the fact that you're not fucking heroes regardless of how powerful you get. Yeah. The more self-interested, character-driven plot lines I think are super fucking cool, which is what the setting calls for, but the adventures do the opposite, where it's railroady story crap.
Right.
I don't mean crap; it's just that the railroady aspect is the crap I mean. It was a bit of a revelation when I read. I can't remember who it was, but someone else. Oh, you know what it was? It was not Eric Fabiashi. It was Forrest Aguirre, I think is his name. He's a guy I follow on. We're mutuals on Twitter, and he was running this for quite some time. And he had and he was commenting on like what was going on in the game. And the comment was, why not just run the first one? Like this. There's nothing wrong with the Psionics Handbook. Just run it as written. That's what you want to capture Dark Sun. That's the thing it was written for. And when I went back to it and started looking, I'm like, this is really pretty fucking playable. Like, it gives it a very different feel from Magic, and the fact that you're having to make proficiency checks to make them activate is an enormously balancing factor.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I agree.
Did that feel that way to you, Arlen?
Yeah, it felt balanced. I was more commenting on the kind of like weird flavor of the psionics, that it felt like in the way that there's some, I mean, in all these old editions, there's just some weird shit that they came up with, and that's all over the place. But that in this case, the psionics, the special powers that I had were all really kind of unusual and didn't feel quite like right, because you have the activation cost and the powers. It's not like fancy in Magic with just another name on it or something like that.
Totally. Yeah, it's and because it requires or proficiency rolls, I think it works best with Dark Sun because of the higher stats. Like I rolled your stats as recommended for this as well too. So I mean, what I did is I rolled like 10 sets of stats, and I took the best one of them to use for all your characters, because I wanted everyone to be. I wanted to roll rules as written, but I wanted to, you know, give you guys a chance to be badasses. But because the proficiencies are based off of your stat numbers, having high stat numbers and everything really helps. You know, to make that. So, yeah, that's cool. How about you, Brian? This is your first time playing in Dark Sun. What was your takeaway from him?
Well, you know, starting with absolutely nothing really helps the group gel almost immediately. There's no I've got a sword and your guy doesn't, kind of a aloofness, or you have to do something to survive together. It's just that much more brutal when you're faced with the fact that no one has anything to help you with. That was the great way to start.
I totally agree. You know, like this one of the major reasons I credit our Ash campaign with being so successful is it was just an accidental perfect start to that campaign. You know, of just like, this is, you guys, you know, there was a shipwreck, but that doesn't fucking matter. We're not even going to talk about that. You're in the middle of the wilderness. You know, there's a city out there somewhere. What do? You know, and it really got the group together and whatnot. And this is even better because you've got nothing, you know, so you're really having to work together. And I think it's a really fucking great way to start the campaign.
It didn't matter who you were or where you were from. That's all you had was your friend that was next to you. It was pretty brutal way to start. And as far as Dark Sun, I think great. The whole going without water was that's tough.
I mean, it forces you to be. Most people take the find water. That's part of the reason you take the find water proficiency is to get around that. And if you don't, then it's a matter of, you know, when you do decide to set out into there's a reason that they only set out into the wilderness in the setting in these giant armored caravans with 500 gallons of water. is because it is.
I believe it.
Yeah, and why people put up with living in these awful city states is because otherwise, like, it's just uninhabitable to live outside.
Yeah.
So,
as far as the psionics, fun to watch.
Yeah. What was your? I can't remember. What was your wild talent?
I had something like I could spot someone sneaking up on me or something if I paid attention to it.
Okay.
I'll read it. It's
I can't remember what it was called, but
Power Watcher's Ward, Power Score 12.
oh yeah, it's I think it's kind of like a psionic version of Wyvern Watch, where like you set up something to.
I think
yeah.
instantly determine the exact location of any type of intruder if I'm watching an area.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Well then, guys, it is insanely late, or maybe early, depending on your look in the East Coast. George, thanks so much for sticking around for the whole time too.
Yeah, well, I'm all messed up because I'm from West Coast on the East Coast. So I don't know what time it is.
For those in chat, I fell way behind. There were so many people who were active in chat. I fell way behind on. Yeah. And Anth says, "I see you're using your first-hand knowledge of food poisoning." Yep, that's exactly what I was doing.
That's all.
Man, I have not been that sick in like 15 fucking years. It's crazy, but anyway, okay, so then let's wrap this up then, guys. So the last thing I'll mention is that, I mean, unfortunately, unless you're listening at insanely late, wherever you are, or you're watching this early in the morning, there's still 12 hours left to get tickets and make donations to SOS Children's Village International, and the Heroes Save Villages campaign to get an opportunity to win the Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus Platinum Edition box set as the grand prize. Yeah, and I should have been plugging that more often throughout this session, but what are you gonna do? Then, yeah, otherwise, tomorrow night I'll be doing the live draw for that, which is going to be exciting, and then we are back to our regular schedule. So, what date is it today? Was it Wednesday today?
Today was a Tuesday.
Today's a Tuesday.
It is
so
now Wednesday for all of us.
It is now Wednesday, so we are not playing anything tomorrow because I need to do the draw and I need to start doing some work. And Anna Banana is going to be demanding my attention tomorrow as well. So then I guess Friday's our next game back in for Night Below, and I think what I might do is rejig the name of that campaign because I don't. I want it to be more sandboxy than, and I don't want to have. I don't want to go through the same thing we went through with Barrow Maze, where I'm like, this is a campaign called Barrow Maze, where we never get anywhere close to the Barrow Maze. So, yeah, so that'll be that. But as always, if anyone has any, what I'll do is I will go through the chat once the video finishes processing, and if there's any comments that I did not respond to, I will respond to them in the comment section of the video. But if you do want to reach us as well, too, you can find all of us on the Dungeon Musings Discord server, which you can find a link to in the description of the video. You can also find me on Twitter at Dungeon Musings. You can reach me by email at dungeonmusings@gmail.com. And you can find me back here on the Dungeon Musings the Dungeon Musings YouTube channel in 3 days, I guess, on Friday. And then if you want to find, I did not do it this week because I fucked it up, and I'm living in holiday time, so I don't know what day's what day. But starting this Sunday, we will be back to be posting the regular schedule on Sunday nights. So we'll be back to things as normal as of Sunday. Lastly, a very, very big Happy New Year to everybody. Thanks to the guys for joining me to play again tonight. This was a shit ton of fun playing Dark Sun. I love Dark Sun.
That was great.
I'm throwing Night Below back into Dark Sun now. That's it. All of our campaigns are taking place in Dark Sun. Galantry in Dark Sun.
Awesome.
Starfinder in Dark Sun.
Fantastic.
Awesome. Guys, have a really, really great start to 2020. Thanks again. I'll see you guys on the Discord channel, back on here. I'll see you around. And for those listening at home, I hope you have had a very, very happy New Year's Eve, a very great start to the new year. And until I see you again, happy gaming.